A Saturday in late May here in Campbellville, Ontario brings spring showers to the area all day long and continuing right now, but the show goes on just inside of 40 minutes from our first race post time on what is a fantastic looking Saturday card. Outside of the weather, we do start on a good track. It's an all pacing program. 7 degrees Celsius, 45 Fahrenheit, a stiff breeze yet again, and it is from the east. So once again, carrying them home in the stretch, 25 kilometers an hour. Just rainy conditions expected throughout the night. Welcome inside the announcer's booth, everybody. Chad Rosema here to call the action, and excited about it because each of these Saturdays are just getting stronger and stronger, and we're really going to be diving into some great Grand Circuit Stakes action next weekend, and then, of course, the weekend after that, Pepsi North America Cup eliminations. Tonight, it's the Ontario Cyrus Stakes Gold that'll take center stage, headlined by the undefeated Bojangles. We'll see him in race number 7 in the only division for the three-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, but we've got a pair of them for the three-year-old Philly Pacers, and a great undercard with a stacked wagering menu. Before we head down to the studio for the Saturday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Greg Blanchard and Randy Waples, let's get you caught up with our early changes. Race number 1 to kick off the first of 3 Pick 5 opportunities. The early one is guaranteed at $75,000. There's no changes. Race 2, here's the first division of the Gold for the three-year-old Pacing Fillies. There's no show wagering, no changes other than that. Early Pick 4 starts in race 3 with our Fillies and Mares open pace. The 4 Kiss adds a Murphy blind on the left. Inside Murphy blind added to the 4 Kiss in race 3. Race 4 to start the Pick 6, no changes. Tonight's 5th race, number 6 Jabberwocky. Bridle change from blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers, the change on 6 Jabberwocky in the 5th. Race 6, starting the mid-Pick 5, no changes. Race 7, lone division of the Gold for the three-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings, featuring the undefeated Bojangles. There's no place or show wagering with his presence. Couple of equipment notes on others. The 5 Who Let the Dogs Out adds a Murphy blind on the left. Inside Murphy blind added to the 5 Who Let the Dogs Out. Next door, number 6 Till the Cows Come Home. Steel to aluminum shoes up front. Steel to aluminum up front on the 6. Late Pick 5 begins in race 8. No changes. 9th race, second division. The Gold for the three-year-old Pacing Fillies and the start of tonight's late Pick 4. No changes. 10th race, all clear. Race 11, no changes. And 12th and final, Jackpot High Five carryover, just shy of 45,000. The 4 Jack Panic is going to be going flip-flops to aluminum up front. Flip-flops to aluminum up front on the 4 Jack Panic. And I believe we do have a scratch in the 8th race of the 9 Rapasso, a judge's transportation. We will get that confirmed, but HPI listing number 9 Rapasso as a judge's transportation scratch in race number 8. Again, that kickoff to the late Pick 5. Good luck with all your wagers. Welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park. Enjoy your night. 36 away from the first of 12. Downstairs we go. It's the Saturday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Greg and Randy.
The Woodbine Mohawk Park Racetrack is located within the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabeg peoples and the Haudenosaunee, on whose traditional territory we meet. Mohawk, our namesake, is one of the Haudenosaunee nations, Kanyen-Kahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. This territory is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee to peacefully take care of the land and resources around the Great Lakes. Woodbine Entertainment is honored to care for this land, our human and equine athletes, and provide a place to race responsibly that offers a meaningful way of life for thousands of Ontario families. Miigwech, Niawen, Kanaskomitten, merci, thank you.
Campbell still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell
Down to the wire. Amity Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Something somewhere.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused.
There, Rafael Pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time.
hang back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
And welcome to the studio once again. Greg Blanchard alongside Randy Waples. Very excited about tonight's program. We'll see Bojangles back in action with Ontario Sire Stakes taking center stage. We've got the fillies in a couple of divisions as well that we're going to take a look at. And earlier tonight, some big news right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park with the unveiling of the brand new 50th anniversary mural for the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. And to say it's impressive is an understatement, Randy. And you're a big part of it yourself. Sand Pail photoed on there as well. And I just wanted to get your impressions when you walked in tonight and saw that for the first time.
Like it was just, humbling. You know what I mean? At first, I would say, kind of like, wow, but then it's just sort of humbling when your name's up there with what I always call the other guys, those guys that, that were my heroes when I was growing up, you know what I mean? And it's just, it's a fantastic job. If you haven't seen it yet, you really should go and check it out. It's really, really cool. It's the entire wall. What would we call that? Right across from the Tim Hortons, I guess.
Right.
Oh, we got some pictures
We're getting a look
there
at
right
it now and behind us, just to give you an idea of the flavor of this. And, the genesis of this was the fact that the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame is headquartered at Woodbine Racetrack. So they felt that it should be represented here at Mohawk Park when you think of all the great memories over the years. And the who's who of harness racing in Canada are on the wall. I found it interesting, Randy. We were talking earlier, and you said you were looking at all the horses on there, and you'd sort of forgotten that how many of them you had the chance to sit behind over the course of your career. So that says a lot.
Yeah, I lost count. I really did. I started to count with the one, and then all of a sudden, there was another, and then there was another, and then, I go all the way back to probably No Sex Please. Got a chance to drive him a few times too, So there was a lot of horses in there that I'd either drove or I had raced against. But it's just to me, it's kind of like the cherry on the top of your career.
For sure.
That's the thing.
All right, right now we want to go to an interview. I caught up earlier in the night with Bill Ford, who is the president of the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. Talked a little bit about the project and the history behind it and how it all came to fruition. Celebrating 50 years of the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame, and what a way to do it with this brand new, beautiful wall mural display here on the concourse of Woodbine Mohawk Park. And Bill Ford, who's now the president of the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame, just tell us how this project came to be.
Yeah, we're very proud of the hall at Woodbine, but we know not everybody can get to Woodbine, and we were especially missing the standardbred people who are so important to our industry. So we wanted to come to the home of standardbred racing in Canada, Mohawk Park, and we're very, very excited to be here. The Mohawk Park team were happy to have us, and I think it's such a prominent location. You just come in, you can't miss it, and it's doing everything we had hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, it catches your attention the second you walk in the door. What kind of work went into to putting this all together?
Yeah, well, we hired a designer, Miss Deanne Penny, and she came up with a few designs. What we wanted to do was highlight all of the members of the hall, not just the standardbreds, but we also wanted to really highlight those individuals and horses who were vital to the Ontario standardbred industry. So that's why all the pictures you'll see are really focused on Mohawk and Ontario and standardbred racing, and we think we've hit the right balance.
I was going to say congratulations to you and everybody involved. I think you hit the mark for sure.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And we're also very hopeful that we can do something like this at some of the other tracks and some of the other provinces. This is the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. We're in Ontario today, but we want to be in other locations as well.
Make sure to check it out for yourself the next time you're at Woodbine Mohawk Park, right here on the main concourse level, the 50th anniversary celebration of the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. So again, yes, next time you're here, you have to check it out, and trust me, you won't be able to miss it when you walk in. Incredible job by everybody involved, and a real feather in the cap here of what is already one of the most beautiful racetracks in all of North America. Let's dive into tonight's race program here, and we've got another good one for you. Unfortunately, Mother Nature not really doing her part tonight. It feels a little bit more like late October, I would say, than late May. And hopefully this is just a little blip along the way this summer, as things are really going to heat up here in the next few weeks, especially for a pacing colt named Bojangles, who's figuring prominently and looks to keep his undefeated streak intact here this evening. Race number one, though, we're going to look at some older pacing mares in the first couple of races this evening. And this is a really nice group, Randy. Deep, talented field, top to bottom. And that's why you get a 7-2 morning line choice all the way out in post 10.
Yeah, Horizon Sealster, coming out of the Maneri barn. I'm going to throw her in for fourth, though, Greg. There's a couple of other ones that I kind of like in here, too. She has been racing fantastically well. She, managed to get through the 9-hole last week. Now she's going to, have to up it up a little bit and get through the 10-hole. But she is going to take a little bit of a drop down, exiting that non-winners of 20,000 class into the non-winners of 12. But few of the ones that were in there, they're going to come down here with her. So it's not really going to be that much easier. We have a replay to show, and we can show that if you want, Jason. Now, this is going to be the replay of the 5-horse in here, Always Dawn, last week. Now, she was my top play last week. I like the way that she raced. I just think that maybe she was just a little bit out of position, and by the time, she was able to get into gear, it was just a little bit too much, but I think she's going to be that much better this week. Now, I'm going to put her in for second. I'm playing Tells on a Roll is going to be my top pick in here, but I really did like the way this one raced, and I'm not 100% sure if they stay close to one another, can Tells on a Roll hold her off? That's the big thing. Always Dawn. I mean, I've been waiting to see this one starting to make her way up towards the Mares Open, and there she is for Tyler Borth. Again, maybe not absolutely cooking on the end of it, but certainly a good effort considering where she had to come from. So she's the one that I think that's going to be, one of the tough ones to beat in here, and I'm going to go Tells on a Roll onto Always Dawn.
And another one charging at the end of that replay too, Dirty Diana, and she gets a nice post to work with here again tonight. So we're kind of in different directions here for the most part on our top picks, but for me, and I think you're in agreement, it came down to just class and Tells on a Roll. Looks like her spot to get back into the win column.
It does. She races good still up in the Mares Open. She's not as much of a threat to win it anymore, but anytime she drops down, then boom, she's a threat. So to me, into this non-winners of 12,000, she's a threat.
All right, 3-year-old filly Pacers next, race 2, the first of our 2 Ontario Sire Stakes divisions. We'll go postward there. It is a compact field of 6, and it looks like a clean deal. Clearly the horse to beat. She's kind of separated herself early on in the division, Randy, picking up right where she left off at age 2.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that she grew any bigger, but she got deeper. She got more muscular, more filled out kind of a horse, and then, in my opinion, more power. So we have a replay. She's going to clean deal. She's going to be my top pick in here. But there's a horse in here that raced really, really well in against her, and I'm going to use her in for second. And I mean, if anybody's looking to maybe play against a clean deal, I would maybe suggest this one. So let's take a look at the replay of a clean deal, but pay close attention to the horse that's going to be coming on the end of it, a horse called Malicious Speed for Travis Cullen, Team Cullen with this one. I thought that this one was extraordinarily good on the end of it in against Clean Deal. On the Clean Deal up front, and one thing that I'm going to say, P&G Shadow is going to get close to her, but if you remember as a 2-year-old, the more a Clean Deal raced, the stronger she became. There come a point where they just couldn't beat her. Now you can see Travis down on the inside right now with this 4-horse. And like I said, I mean, a Clean Deal, then you're going to have Louis take a shot at him with P&G, and then this Malicious Speed. she raced quite well down in against those fillies too. I would call her maybe third best. So, you know, the way if Travis goes out of there, lands on a Clean Deal's back, and if Clean Deal doesn't bring the goods, then maybe, you know, a Militia Speed can get the job done. But I'm looking at Clean Deal as a single in my pick 5.
And I used sort of the same approach in giving a lot of consideration to Romantic Beauty. You know, the tremendous pedigree is one that I expect is going to get a little bit better with each and every start. And, you know, she was closing well on the end of that when she was 4th, but she had to take the wide way around where Militia Speed got to save ground. That might have been the difference maker there. But, yeah, just strictly looking for a live horse to potentially use underneath there, and that's why I landed on her.
What did you do with She's a Bulldog? I threw her in for 3rd.
Yeah, same. I gave her consideration. I've got to see her bounce back and step up from last time out.
I agree.
Tough trip, but you expected her to hang in better than she did.
I agree, for sure.
Let's swing back over to race number 3 next. We're going to look now at some of the best open pacing mares in Canada here in this week's edition of the Fillies and Mares Open. Field of 8, some horses coming in very good form. Others that I think had maybe troubled trips last time. I'd put Grit and Grace in that category, a little bit blocked until late. So that's one I could see bouncing back tonight.
Yeah, she could. You know, I mean, Nowitzki's barn's been a little bit quiet, but she could. Definitely has the ability. 2 good qualifiers, and much easier race last week than what she had to deal with the week before. So she definitely could be a bounce back in here. I'm going to go Let's Enjoy. A lot of people are now. In my opinion, the only reason she got beat last week was because of that 2 weeks off that she had between starts. She drifted a little bit on the end of it, which if a horse is getting a little bit tired, they will drift a little bit. And she did, which allowed Absolution right up the inside, which is her bread and butter. You know, I mean, that Johnny on the spot, she can turn that gear on so fast. 26-2 on the end of it for Absolution. But now they come back on the same rotation this time, and I don't necessarily think that Let's Enjoy is going to get as tired at the end of it, and I think it's going to be that much tougher for Absolution to get into that 2-hole now that she has the outside of Let's Enjoy instead of the inside. So I'm going to stay with Absolution as being a part of it, but I'm going to go 5-6.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with Let's Enjoy. She's really stamped herself as certainly one of the very best in this division. Quick thought on Aviana, one that's working her way up the class ladder and continues to impress.
Yeah, she does. You know, got good speed. She's got the speed to go with these horses and that, and comes out of a good camp. Interesting to see Mark driving for Paul McDonnell. You know, I got a feeling that Paul is one of those kinds of guys that was pretty important to Mark, you know, as a hero kind of a guy when he was young, you know. Interesting when you get to drive horses for a guy like that.
All right, I think we're going to swing over to race number 6 next. We're going to jump over there and take a look at another good-looking tilt coming up here. High-end condition types here, and there's a couple that you want to really focus on, and what again is wide open. You love to see a morning line like this in a field of 9.
Yeah, for sure. Figment right now is going to be my top pick. I mean, in my, like, he had an excuse maybe not to win that last start because, you know, he'd come in here on a 2-week rotation. He was in against tough horses, had to pace 50 to get the job done. But now he comes back on a 7-day rotation, and I think that that's just going to make him 10 times stronger. But there is a horse in here with a stale date. Again, I'm going to use him in for 4th, but he was pretty impressive in his last. So let's take a look at the replay on the 1-horse Axial, who Doug McNair will be going back to. Bobby drove this guy, you're going to see in this race, but Dougie had been driving him up till then, and this horse has showed some good ability at times too. Do I put him with Figment? Not necessarily, but I do think that he can fill in an exactor or a triactor pretty nice, and I don't think a lot of people will be playing him. May the 8th is this replay that we're going to show of Axial. So let's take a look at the 1-horse Axial from May the 8th. Had the 3-hole, got away 4th, you can see with Bobby here, and at all times I thought that this guy looked extremely live. Bobby kicks the plugs there, and he's going to find himself up on top of Travis Cullen's back and nowhere to go. And look at already, this horse has got his head up in the air. And usually a horse will only duck their head up in the air like that if they're getting a strong hold, taking a hold of him. And look at Bobby. Look at this. He is ducking and diving like Muhammad Ali on a good day. I mean, he's all now. He finally finds a small seam, but look what that's going to get him right back down onto a horse's back. So I just thought that the horse was extra live. A couple of times that I've thought to myself, I played against him and he would come back and bite me in this non-winners of 3. When he first moved up there, he just seems like every time he takes a step up in class or step up in competition, he's there. So, I will be throwing him in for 4th on my ticket. We'll be going with Figment, but again, a horse that I thought was very troubled last week.
Yeah, hard to bail on Figment. He was so good last week. He showed that other element. We knew he had, but he really had to fight for the win last time out, and he did it. So, kind of effort you want to see.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at the Figment replay there, and this is it. Just like Greg was saying to you, this horse, he gutted it out big time, and goes right to the wire. It's Major Threat that is actually his biggest threat. He races a huge mile, Major Threat. But like I said, this horse had 2 weeks off. Now Daryl's going to come out of the 2-hole with Major Threat and try and take a run at Scotty, but. To me, at no point was Scotty really that worried about whether or not he was going to get by him. He kept him to task, but that's about it. Like, he really went kind of, I just think he knows now that it's going to take a heck of a horse to get by him when he's on his game. So Figment is going to be extra tough in here tonight.
Yep, so we're in agreement there. I like the fact that you've identified maybe one that could sneak in and use them. And Major Threats obviously moved up a lot in the selections here. So, in looking at that pick, I may have sent the picks in inadvertently backwards. I believe I had Figment back on top, so we'll swap that out. But I do like Major Threat a lot.
Agreed.
And he's got the benefit of getting that inside post, which could be an advantage if he gets that same trip set up tonight. Maybe he gets by, because he was awful close last time.
He was real close. And sometimes too, and I know sometimes all horses don't race good in bad conditions.
Right.
It's not the same kind of a race, I mean, years
Could be
ago,
an
they used to
equalizer.
actually highlight good mutter, fair mutter, superior mutter, I think was the one.
Well, speaking of the weather, we know it's inclement. It's going to be challenging tonight. As we get a look now at race 7 next, Bojangles back in the spotlight with the undefeated streak intact. I don't think either of us anticipate weather being any kind of a factor for him.
No.
We expect him to just do what Bo does.
Yeah, the biggest factor that he's going to have to do is, avoid traffic getting here. That'll be about it. He's just a generation. Let's call him a generation kind of a horse. It's been what was Beach's year? 2008.
Yeah.
So it's been almost 20 years before we come on to another one. They don't grow on trees, these Beaches and Bows, do they?
No, they don't. So I mean, to this point in time, undefeated, and you would say he has looked every bit the part. Really, the only question left to answer for him in anybody's mind is, will he travel away from this venue, go to someone else's home soil, and be able to take them on and beat them there, where it'll be more challenging.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone at this point doubts that he'll be able to do that, but it's going to be fun to see. But in the meantime, we've been treated to seeing him here locally so many times firsthand, and we get the up front, up close look at him, and there's just not a flaw to be found on this horse anywhere.
No, if somebody was to call you up and say, Greg, a year from now, Greg, I'm thinking about breeding to Bojangles. Have you ever seen him up close? I mean, what do you say? He's flawless. Basically, that's about what you're dealing with there. I mean, he stands correct, he looks correct, he acts correct, and he races correct.
Yeah. It looks at this point like the only thing that could beat him is bad luck.
Bad luck.
And we certainly hope that never happens to the horse. If someone could step up and beat him fair and square at some point, it's going to be quite a feeather in the cap of that horse.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, listen, we all expect at some point that he will. All horses get beat. They all. I don't know. Have we ever had one that's been undefeated forever? I think they all kind of get beat. And I'm seeing like the great ones, like the Brett Hanovers, the Niatrosses. They all, the Some Beach Somewheres. They all get beat. But I just don't know. It's somebody. It's going to have to come from out of my radar because I don't see anybody that I've seen that can handle him.
No, I'm in the very same camp as well. So, yeah, it's good for the sport. Adds a lot of interest, and it's going to give everybody in North America kind of the target. It's a hefty target that they're chasing this year. A couple of more we want to look at here on what is a really deep program. Race number 8, high-end condition pacers. The boys going to the post here. There is a scratch in there of the 9. Rapasso looks like a late scratch. So it's down to a field of 9. And you've got some real salty veterans squaring off here, including Poseidon Sealster. And down at this level, just that notch below the open, he's usually money in the bank.
He's tough, no doubt about that. Was the last time he dropped down, he was a winner, but he's got one on his inside there that he's also going to drop down, the 7-horse Double and Dasher. And last week, with the 7-hole, Travis ended up taking him to the back, and we're pretty well guaranteed that Poseidon Sealster is going to come out of there, and I think Travis is going to know that, and I think that he's going to come out of there because Double and Dasher also has the ability to leave very, very well. So let's take a look at the replay of Double and Dasher in his last start. He went into this race missing 2 weeks, and I honestly think that was the biggest reason why Travis, with the 7-hole, elected to take him back. He's in against the Brew Hanovers, the Poseidon Sealsters, and the It's Saturday Night. But he closes up real good on the end of it. And, when he's up in the open, he doesn't overdo it with this horse. So when he does drop down, he's still fresh. The energy is still there. We're going to see Travis. He's way at the back right now with Double and Dasher, but he's going to keep making ground up with him. And I like at this point, it's just he's not even asking him. This is what the horse is doing it all on his own, staying right with. So he ends up getting beat 4 lengths in a field of this off of 2 weeks racing from off the pace. I see a completely different trip in here tonight. He's going to have some tough ones in against him, but I think he's now one of the tough ones in here as well. So Double and Dasher will be the way that I go.
And one that I really loved in his last start was Major Perry. He was charging, eye-catching. And if he can come back to that race tonight, a big opportunity in my opinion there. Rarely do I pick against Poseidon Sealster in a spot like this, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him win, but price might be just a little bit more attractive on Major Perry, unless horse player saw it the same way I did last time.
Yeah, no, he definitely did have, really nice wheels on the end of it. Now, what's interesting that I kind of thought, there's 2 guys using crack shot, me and Kevin, in for third only, and then everybody else isn't. He had to have been a horse that you looked at over and over again to see where he fits in here, because I ended up throwing him in for third simply because I just couldn't leave him off, Yeah.
So talented, but just doesn't always have his A game. Didn't work out last time at Flamborough. He just didn't seem to handle the track well there, but I think he'll bounce back tonight and be heard from.
I agree.
Very talented horse. 9th race, one more division for the 3-year-old filly pacers. Last one we want to have a look at here. Second of those OSS events. So this is a little more wide open, it appears, than the first division, getting away from a clean deal in that split. PNG Shadow looks like she'll be a big player here. One that I think's taken a step up. She was a really good 2-year-old, but looks like she's maybe taken a further step forward early on this season.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, this one, she's, interestingly bred because she's a cattle wash out of an Arthur Blue Chip mare, and we both know who campaigned Arthur Blue Chip, the good Doc Moore. And now he's got a daughter that's out of a daughter of Arthur Blue Chip. Lady Arthur, I think I was working for Moore when he had her. Was she ever fast, Lady Arthur? Doesn't surprise me that she's got something with the ability that this one seems to possess. She's the one, when we showed you the replay of a clean deal, this is the one that was making the big move on her. Only gets beat a neck on the end of it. She doesn't see a clean deal. I don't know who's going to hold her off. So PNG Shadow, to me, is going to be really tough in race number 9.
And Dea is the one that I will be looking for some kind of a bounce back to, similar to She's a Bulldog. Both fillies just didn't quite fire with the race I expected last time out. So Dea finds a good spot here, and I'm looking for her to get back into the win column. I'm going to give her the slight edge over the PNG Shadow. You went another direction. You used Pondle Bay Bobby for second. Interesting. I've got her in for third, so we both think she's got a chance here. 7th last time, but the line better than that looks.
Yeah, and I mean, like, they've always been very high on Pawnall Bay Bobby, you know what I mean? So, I mean, if the trainer and the connections really, really think a lot of the horse, then, there's a pretty good chance that maybe she's just been a little bit over her head, which maybe she is. Now she gets away. There's a bit of separation in here, I mean, half of them have gone this way, half of them go that way. So to me, it makes Pawnall Bay Bobby with a good post position that much more playable in here. I agree with you on Dea. I think that she will bounce back. Just don't know if tonight's going to be the night.
Well, we are going to find out.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, in a little while from now. And apparently we've got time to look at one more quickly. Let's go over to that 12th and final. This is another good, really good contest here. Really good betting race, in my opinion. Competitive field of 10 to square off here in that jackpot high five finale tonight. And Blue Hunt lukewarm status is the morning line favorite at 3-1 here for Team Cullen. Eddie Hensley in the driver's seat tonight on Blue Hunt. Again, at this class level, if he doesn't win, he's often close and often heard from.
Yeah, I threw him down. Where did you go in this race?
Yeah, I think I used him on top as well.
Right. Okay. I went Soaring Now is the way that I'm going to go. I mean, Daryl Thiessen's, been doing really good with this horse. Took some bad interference in his last start. They're going to make a change to Louis tonight. So I'm going to take a chance with Soaring Now. But the funny part about this is there's been like this driver switch, Greg. So Daryl Thiessen has been the driver of Soaring Now. Louis Waugh going to go with him. Louis Waugh has been the driver of JMR Speakaway. And who does he pick up? Daryl Thiessen. Yeah. So that's actually my exactor. I think that Soaring Now is the one to beat. But I think of all the horses that could beat him in here, JMR Speakaway, the one that Daryl Thiessen picked up, is the one that could maybe beat him. So interesting little driver strategy going on there.
Okay, no love for Blue Hunt. Well, a little bit.
A little bit.
Got him in for 4.
I had him on top last week. Yep. You know what scares me a little bit about him is the rail. That's it. Just the rail. Where does he get away?
Yeah, good point. I'm banking on the fact he handles it well. I think they'll try and go right down the road with him. He's shown many times in his career he's capable of doing it at this class level.
Easily.
But a good start, I think. I agree. It's imperative,
especially on a bad track.
True.
Sometimes on a fast track you can make up that ground, but when the visibility's bad, you know what I mean. And sometimes if they don't race it, that's when we find them down to the half cheap, and then they come some big back half. So
we'll monitor that in the early races tonight. See if any kind of bias develops with the weather and any impact to the track conditions here tonight as well. Time now to take a look at Randy Waples and some of his
these are affordable tickets, bud?
Ticket ideas. Absolutely. But you get that, right? When you get, stake races with heavy favorites, and there's no sense trying to spread too much. Just, try and narrow it down and up your base bet.
This is it. Yeah. So, I mean, $4, this first one. And the race number 1, I'm going to go 2 deep. Tells on a roll, always Dawn. Here come the singles. It's going to be a clean deal in race number 2. In race number 3, it's going to be Let's Enjoy, back on a better date. Race number 4, I'm going to go Sunshine Magic. I think she's sneaky good in there. She may be able to, separate me a little bit from some of the other tickets, because I'm also going to back her up with Madam X, and a lot of people will be playing her. And then I'm singled on the last on to Jabberwocky. Mr. Zeron sending in a bridle change on Jabberwocky. Going to go from blind to blinkers on that fella.
And now let's take a look at your mid pick 5.
This one's even cheaper.
Next, even cheaper.
Even cheaper, my friend. I'm telling you. Here we go.
Yes, yeah, Bojangles is in this sequence.
Okay, so we're going to go Figment in race number 1. That's going to be a single. And then Bojangles, a single in race number 7. Race number 8, I go 2 deep. I go Remember the Alamo, and I go Double and Dasher in there. Now, maybe that was a race that I probably should have all, because I certainly could afford it. Race number 9, singled on to P&G Shadow. And race number 10, I will be singled on to, Race number 10, no, that should be CC Rock and Rose. I might have wrote that down wrong. I did. I wrote down an 8, and that should be a 6. That's a mistake on my part. My top pick is CC. There we go. So that's the way that I see that mid-pick 5.
All right. So
for the cost of $2.
$2. Now, again, you probably, if you're a horse player out there and you're going to follow along, maybe grab a $20 bill out of your pocket and just try and get it multiple times if you are
or you could play it for 20
click.
cents.
Yeah. Now you're spreading a little deeper here. You've got a little bit different in the late pick 5. That's where you see the potential value.
Yeah. There's a little bit. This one's a little bit tougher to get there. So going to go 2-7 in race 8. Remember the Alamo, Double and Dasher, singled on to P&G Shadow in race number 9. Singled on to CC Rock and Rosie on race number 10. And then in race number 11, a little bit deeper, a little tougher in there. The 2, Twin Bee Courageous, the 4, Pac-Man Hanover, and the 5, Fire Control is the way that I'm going to go. And then in race number 12, I really spread on the middle or the inside part of the gate in here. I'm going to go Lamborghini Lou, JMR Speakaway, Arbitrage Hanover, Codename Cigar Box, and Soaring Now.
Okay, good luck, Mr. Waples.
Thank you, sir.
We'll see if we can click with any of those pick 5 wagers tonight. And who knows, might sweep all 3. We'll find out. Let's focus now on our plays of the night.
Okay, my all-in's going to be, or actually we're going to start off with my worth a look, and that's going to be Jabberwocky. Interesting horse racing on a bad track that I know that at different times he's been on bad tracks and he's raced awful good when he's doing it. All-in is going to be Figment for Dave Keys and Scotty Young. Beat the Favor is going to be Double and Dasher. I think that maybe Remember the Alamo will go off as favored in there, or somebody else, maybe Poseidon. And Waples Watch is going to be P&G Shadow in race number 9.
And there's a look at some of our other handicapping partners tonight. Ghislaine likes Let's Enjoy. Expects a bounce back for this one. I'll be watching her closely. We just got word today that she's accepted an invite to our Forest City Pace next Friday night in London. So excited to see her on the half-miler there.
That's the So Much More.
It will be starting next year.
Cool.
Yep.
Right on.
Kevin Ploucher from DRF. His spot play setting a precedent, 4-1 in the morning line over in race 10. And Garnet Barnsdale in that 12th and final right on board with Mr. Waples and Soaring Now as his spot play of the evening. So we are looking forward to it. We'll have the post parade for tonight's first coming up in just a few minutes. Again, a great card, Ontario Sire Stakes for 3-year-old pacers, both Colts and fillies. Bojangles looking to keep the undefeated streak intact. We're going to have presentations later on this evening as well for the Johnson and Lampman Cup winners from last season as well. A lot to look forward to. We'll take a commercial break and be back with more in a moment.
Winbank Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and 2-time O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Field for the first on the track, leading off Post Parade. Number 1, Perfectly Chic. Bob McClure's in the bike. John Pentland trains and owns with Steve Mahalik and a number of Company Ontario Incorporated. Jonathan Drury driving number 2, Raptors 1. Jody Cullen trains for the A1 stable. We're going to go on to 4 next. Tells on a roll. Travis Cullen in tow. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, A1 stable, and Ron Cullen. The 5, Always Dawn. Tyler Borth at the lines. Kevin Benn trains and owns with Dennis Chadwick. The 6, Blinded by the Light, driven by Doug McNair, is trained by Blair Burgess for Kenneth Seastrom. Now on the track is 3, Dirty Diana. James McDonald, the driver. John Pentland, the trainer. John also owns, along with Aaron Waxman and Alan Alber. And here's 7, Seclusion, ready to roll. J.R. Plante between the wheels. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. One Last Wish, number 8. Drivers Mark McDonald. Ken Susi trains for Brian and Dr. David Legg. Number 9, Caviar and Crackers, Ed Hensley for trainer Ashley Hensley, Ed and Ashley, the owners. And Louis Waugh driving the 10, Horizon Sealster. Dave Maneri trains for the ownership of Julia Ferguson Lloydstone, Coral Bailey, and Sean Venot. That's your field for the first. Kicks off the first of 3 Pick 5 opportunities on this busy Saturday night. The early one guaranteed at $75,000. Post time in about 3 minutes.
Race number 1 on the track on this soggy Saturday evening. But we have some stock. We got good horses to race tonight. This is a really, really big-time Saturday night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 12 races, and they're all good ones. So let's try to break this first race down and see if we can get you guys on the right foot, heading forward into this $75,000 guaranteed pick 5. So right now on your screen, that is the 1 horse, Perfectly Chic, coming out of the John Pentland camp for driver Bob McClure. I'm going to use her down in here for 4th tonight. This girl here, I mean, I'm not a real big fan of the rail because he's going to have to push real hard to get her in a good spot. And if he does, I don't know how much she's going to have on the end of it. But boy, she does usually have quite a bit on the end of it. Don't you say so, Greg? Perfectly Chic?
Yeah, absolutely. And, post 1, I'm hoping she get away, mid-pack at least and get a chance to get into the race and show what she can do in here. Her stablemate, Dirty Diana, really caught my eye last week. With
Dirty Diana picking up a driver change, too.
Exactly. And not a bad driver
Not a bad driver change.
Yeah. Again, anytime you go to James, it's certainly not going to hurt you, put it that way. But I just think that the class is right here for Tells on a roll. And Mr. Cullen, she's been a good one for him. And I just think finds the right spot tonight.
I think I completely agree with you. That's what I'm going to put her up on top, too. I think that she is looking for, or found the right spot. Now, this 5 horse, I think that there's a lot of depth there, too, coming out of the Kevin Benn stable. He raced her sort of conservative last week, and I guess that's the part that scares me a little bit about putting her on top, Greg.
Well, 3-1, I mean, she's getting a lot of tote support here. And I think if anyone can put her into play and get her into a position, Tyler Borth, he is very effective at that. So, maybe a little more wide open than we think, though. A lot of focus on the 4 and 5 in here. This is a quality group, and just too many good ones to overlook, including this last. Caviar and Crackers, how about 18-1 on her?
Unbelievable, eh? When she comes to play, she's going to be there. But right now, it just seems like she's just kind of going, going through the motions a bit.
Well, visibility may not be perfect tonight, but that won't stop our man, Chad Rosema. He's got the call of our opener tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, we certainly hope not. Weather not great out there. It's a soggy Saturday at Mohawk Park, but we've got a great card. Glad you've decided to either join us on track or tune in from somewhere around the globe. Good luck with all your wagers. We're set to go on our first of 12. Group of 10 fillies and mares are all lined up. And away they go. They're off in the Saturday opener. Down the center, some speed from Tells on a Roll and Always Dawn. Raptors one inside, and from the far outside, Horizon Sealster. They're 4 wide in front of us through the first 8th. The free-legged One Last Wish in her return to the races. She crosses over for Mark McDonald to grab a seat on the pylon's 5th. She's being tracked to the opening turn 6th by Dirty Diana. Then it's Perfectly Chic, Blinded by Delight, Seclusion, and Caviar and Crackers was gapped at the start, and she trails because of it. Horizon Sealster now clearing ahead to take over from Tells on a Roll, 26-3 opening quarter, wind assisted. In third is Raptors, want to back out of the 2-hole. Tells on a Roll, the 8-5 favorite. Give and go situation. Another 3 back to Always Dawn, 4th, followed 5th by One Last Wish. Then the next half of the group are led by Dirty Diana. She's followed by the stablemate Perfectly Chic. 2 more to Blinded by Delight, Seclusion, and Caviar and Crackers still at the back. 55-4 to the half. Tells on a Roll and Cullen lead 2. Horizon Sealster chases in second. Raptors 1 third. Always Dawn 4th and being angled to the outside. One Last Wish 5th. Then Dirty Diana. Seclusion shooting through up the inside to save ground. Perfectly Chic to the outer flow, but she's going to have to pick it up. Caviar and Crackers picked up a position. Blinded by Delight now at the back. 3 quarters for Tells on a Roll. 124-3. And on the outside, Horizon Sealster coming at her again. And Horizon Sealster takes over. Wow, tries to keep her live. Over the final 8, that's Horizon Sealster between. Always Dawn on the outside. Raptors 1 up the inside at a huge price. And Dirty Diana in the center of the track. Caviar and Crackers starting to close from the back. Always Dawn with the lead. Up the inside, that's Raptors 1. Always Dawn holding on from Dirty Diana. In 152-1, it's Always Dawn at 5-2. Five, 3, 210, unofficial on the board. Winner of the first returns in front of us. It's 5, Always Dawn. Always Dawn, a 4-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey out of the Some Beach Somewhere Dam. Some Beach Some Dawn. She's owned and trained by Kevin Ben. Co-owned by Dennis Chadwick. Driven to victory by Tyler Borth. Always Dawn, in her 3rd start of the year, gets her first win of the campaign. 7th career score, 152-1 for number 5, Always Dawn. First race official here, the payouts. The 5, Always Dawn, 720, 410, 320. Second 3, Dirty Diana, 630, 380. Third number 2, Raptors 1, 1860. $2 exacta, 34.70. The $1 try, paid $427.65. Dollar Super, 2,579.35. Early pick 5 pool tonight, almost 89,000 wagered, with just under 21,000 of live money. Moving on to leg 2. Group of 10 fillies and mares are all lined up. And away they go. They're off in the Saturday opener. Down the center, some speed from Tells on a Roll and Always Dawn. Raptors 1 inside, and from the far outside, Horizon Sealster. They're 4 wide in front of us through the first 8th. The free-legged One Last Wish in her return to the race as she crosses over from Mark McDonald to grab a seat on the pylon's 5th. She's being tracked to the opening turn 6th by Dirty Diana. Then it's Perfectly Chic, Blinded by Delight, Seclusion, and Caviar and Crackers was gapped at the start, and she trails because of it. Horizon Sealster now clearing ahead to take over from Tells on a Roll, 26-3 opening quarter, wind assisted. In third is Raptors, want to back out of the 2-hole. Tells on a Roll, the 8-5 favorite. Give and go situation. Another 3 back to Always Dawn, 4th, followed 5th by One Last Wish. Then the next half of the group are led by Dirty Diana. She's followed by the stablemate Perfectly Chic. 2 more to Blinded by Delight, Seclusion, and Caviar and Crackers still at the back. 55-4 to the half. Tells on a Roll and Cullen lead 2. Horizon Sealster chases in second. Raptors 1 third. Always Dawn 4th and being angled to the outside. One Last Wish 5th. Then Dirty Diana. Seclusion shooting through up the inside to save ground. Perfectly Chic to the outer flow, but she's going to have to pick it up. Caviar and Crackers picked up a position. Blinded by Delight now at the back. 3/4 for Tells on a Roll. 124-3. And on the outside, Horizon Sealster coming at her again. And Horizon Sealster takes over. Wow, tries to keep her live. Over the final 8, that's Horizon Sealster between. Always Dawn on the outside. Raptors 1 up the inside at a huge price. And Dirty Diana on the center of the track. Caviar and Crackers starting to close from the back. Always Dawn with the lead. Up the inside, that's Raptors 1. Always Dawn holding on from Dirty Diana. In 152-1, it's Always Dawn at 5-2. Race 1 finish order from the top. It's 7-3-2, 6-1-9, 10-8-5, 4 on the bottom. Race number 2 up next. Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, opening leg in the division. And it's the first split of the night for the thrill pacing fillies. No show wagering, no other changes to report. Post time in 10 minutes. Race 2, three-year-old pacing fillies for the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold on Parade. Number 1, She's a Bulldog. Bob McClure in the bike. Scott McEnany trains for Brad Grant. Naughty Beauty, number 2, James McDonald drives for trainer Andrew Harris. Punisher 11, stable owns. The 3, Militia Speed, driven by Travis Cullens, trained by Jody Cullen for Don McRae. Number 4 is Romantic Beauty, Trevor Henry in the bike. Greg McNair trains for Jim Averett Sr. Number 5, A Clean Deal, Doug McNair aboard. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbeil, Windermere Stable, and James Ross. And now coming to the track, number 6, Lavender Sealster. Louis Waugh will drive. Dr. Ian Moore trains for Lavender Sealster Stable. That's your group of a half dozen for the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, leg 1 in the series. First division of 2 on the night for the thrill pacing fillies. No show wagering available. Post time in about 4 minutes.
Just a few moments away from our first Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Series division tonight for the 3-year-old filly pacers. First of 2, and the superstar of the division. We'll go postward here. You know, Bo Jangles, of course, gets the accolades he does, and deservedly so. You know, a little bit more under the radar, I guess, if you will, if you could call it that, is this filly A Clean Deal. I mean, she's that close to being undefeated herself. So, you know, we really have a superstar on the male side and the female side now in Canada.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because they're never going to go on a romantic date, right? They're both by cattle wash. It would be interesting, though, because I agree with exactly what you just said. I mean, she's one defeat away from being undefeated, you know? And I mean, I don't necessarily think tonight's going to be the night that she tastes defeat. The big thing that I get about her, and I mean, there's such a nice group of horses here, Greg. They're really nice group. But when you get to her, the girth and the power that she has in there is just, it's no wonder she don't get tired.
Yeah, that's exactly the word that came to mind for me when I watched her step onto the track, is just power. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I guess maybe, too, she's not maybe quite as flashy when she wins. And, you know, she's not winning by open lengths.
Right.
Which I think is probably a good thing when you look long-term for her. You know, she just goes where she has to go. But good luck trying to go by her late in the mile.
Yeah, she's a lot like that mare that comes from your neck of the woods, so much more. She gets that ears pinned right to the back of her neck, and, you know, puts out the none shall pass look, and you just can't get by her. But you know, she's you know, it's amazing because, like you said, you know, with the two of them coming along at the exact same year, hardly anything is ever said about A Clean Deal, because it's just all Bojangles. But here she is. Like I said, now look at that right there. I mean, look at even just the rear on her. Like, everything is just so full, so much power there. And the presentation that she's putting on, she's an amazing filly.
We just a moment ago saw Romantic Beauty on screen. You know, pedigree, potential here for sure with this filly, the homebred for James Averett. I like the way she closed last time out. She came widest of all and was charging. Now with a shorter field, I look for her to be more within range. I don't expect her to win, but I do expect her to be in the top 3, and I think she can round out the exactor behind A Clean Deal.
Oh, I got her down in for 4th, but I'm using her. I see what you're saying. I think that she's racing incredibly well right now, and I'm starting to wonder if Jim Averett could breed Precious Beauty to Eeyore and get a champion, you know, because it just seems like anything that he breeds her to, and even though they don't look the same, with this one, with the Better's Delight, she doesn't seem as big as what we've seen some of the other ones that have come out of this mare, but she's still got the length to her, you know, just a really stellar looking filly.
Starting gate underway, back up to Chad as A Clean Deal also looks to remain perfect in 2026.
Yeah, she's been some kind of filly for Fellows and company, and looks to continue the good times here, heavily favored to get back into the win column for the third time in as many tries this year. It's our first gold test, is for all of them as we're underway in the Ontario Sire Stakes program. The best in the business, and a group of a half dozen thrilled pacing fillies are lined up for the first of two splits. Here they come. Away they go in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. And there's Malicious Speed leaving from post 3. Now driving out to join her, the favorite, A Clean Deal. And A Clean Deal is going to continue on for McNair and lead the charge to the opening turn. Malicious Speed with the 2-hole. Naughty Beauty away third. 2 in front of She's a Bulldog fourth. Then it's Romantic Beauty. And at the back, Lavender Sealster single file. Group of 6 led by the 1-9 favorite, A Clean Deal. She's down to the opening panel in 26 and 3. To the backstretch, the Daughter of Cattle goes. A Clean Deal leads just over length. In front of Malicious Speed, second. Naughty Beauty is the third one. Fourth, She's a Bulldog, about 5 away from the lead. Then Romantic Beauty and Lavender Sealster. Everybody content to follow single file behind A Clean Deal. A Clean Deal cruising on top here towards the half. In front of Malicious Speed, second, and Naughty Beauty. She's a Bulldog fourth, Romantic Beauty, and another 2 to Lavender Sealster. 56 and 4 to the half. The fillies go, and A Clean Deal heads into this turn to 5/8 with a lead of a length on Malicious Speed and Naughty Beauty next. She's a Bulldog fourth and on the move now. In front of Romantic Beauty. She'll be second over. Lavender Sealster to the inside continues to trail. A Clean Deal now starting to get away on the pocket riding Malicious Speed. Leads 2 heading to the final turn. She's a Bulldog, first over up to third. Pinned to the inside, Naughty Beauty. Romantic Beauty, second over, and Lavender Sealster at the back. 125 and 3 3/4. And turning for home, A Clean Deal. Has got a lead of about 2.5. She's a Bulldog in behind the leader now, briefly, and back out. And McClure's going to try to start her up. Here's She's a Bulldog, pacing hard on the outside. A Clean Deal's got a counter, and she is pacing hard on top here. It's A Clean Deal, and She's a Bulldog. Second best as A Clean Deal wins again. It's A Clean Deal in the gold by a length and a half. She's a Bulldog second, Lavender Sealster third. 152 and 1 for A Clean Deal. Five, 1, 6, 4 unofficial. Race 2 winner back to the Winback Farm winner's circle after capturing her first Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Test of the year. It's the 5, A Clean Deal. The standout in the division is a 3-year-old bay filly by Cattle Wash out of a Western Ideal dam by the name of Ideal Taker. She's bred by Winback Farm. She's owned by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbeil, Windermere Stable, and James Ross. Kyle Fellows, the winning trainer. Doug McNair, the winning driver. A Clean Deal, perfect in 3 starts this season. Her 9th career victory, 152-1. Sprinting home in 26-4 to score another win, this time at the gold level. Second race payouts, winner 5, A Clean Deal, $2.30 to win, $2.10 to play. Second one, She's a Bulldog, $3. Third was 6 Lavender Sealster. $2 Exacta, $6.40. $1 Tries, $6.85. $1 Super, $17.70. $2 Early Double, $7.80. Early Pick 5 live money update, just under $17,000. Moving on to the next leg.
A Clean Deal remains clean this year. Her record perfect now, 3 for 3. Will be anything but clean, though, Doug, as we can see from you. You're dealing with weather conditions. I want to talk about that first of all. This is about as nasty a night as you can get. We're standing inside the paddock, and it's hard to bear in here, so I can't imagine what it's like being out there. How bad is it?
Yeah, like you said, it's probably the worst conditions you can race in. It's just above freezing, 3 or 4 degrees above freezing, and we got probably 40, 50 kilometer-an-hour winds there coming from the east there, so it's shoving us home. And then rain on top of that, so it's tough for the horses and the drivers for us to see. I mean, I was in the front there; it wasn't a big deal for me, but like I talked to Bob after, he was having trouble seeing from sitting for us, so it's tough conditions.
So to put that into context, that's a big mile.
Yeah, I think that's a big mile. You know, it's early in the night. I can't see the track getting any faster. You know, there's nothing they can do. The weather's not on our side tonight, but I mean, 52 on a good night, it's a good mile. But the track's got to be 2-3 seconds off with the wind and the weather.
And visually, I know she's 2 for 2 and has looked good in her first couple, but visually, she looked even better tonight. Would you say that was the case?
Yeah, I'd say so. I didn't know Bob got my back in the last turn, and I heard him step out on me at the 7/8 pole, and he took a little run at us, and I just kind of paced away again at the wire. So I mean, Bob got a pretty sweet trip in there to get back on her back, and our filly just she pulled away again. She's pretty special.
You've driven some great female pacers. At this point, how excited are you by what you've seen from her?
Yeah, she gives you quite a thrill. You know, it's fun to go out there in the golds and you look at the tote board and you're 1 to 5. You know, it's like it makes your job quite a bit easier. But I mean, she's going to get some tougher competition there down the line this summer. But she's all game and she knows what to do, and she's not going to embarrass us.
All right, we'll let you go warm up, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Greg.
Doug McNair, A Clean Deal, remain perfect, 3 for 3 in 2026, capturing our first OSS Gold Division.
Thrilled pacing fillies are lined up for the first of 2 splits. Here they come. Away they go in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. And there's Malicious Speed leaving from post 3. Now driving out to join her, the favorite, A Clean Deal. And A Clean Deal is going to continue on for McNair and lead the charge to the opening turn. Malicious Speed with the 2-hole. Naughty Beauty away third. 2 in front of She's a Bulldog fourth. Then it's Romantic Beauty. And at the back, Lavender Sealster single file. Group of 6 led by the 1-9 favorite, A Clean Deal. She's down to the opening panel in 26 and 3. To the backstretch, the Daughter of Catawash goes, A Clean Deal, leads just over length. In front of Malicious Speed, second. Naughty Beauty is the third one. Fourth, She's a Bulldog, about 5 away from the lead. Then Romantic Beauty and Lavender Sealster. Everybody content to follow single file behind A Clean Deal. A Clean Deal cruising on top here towards the half. In front of Malicious Speed, second, and Naughty Beauty. She's a Bulldog fourth, Romantic Beauty, and another 2 to Lavender Sealster. 56 and 4 to the half. The fillies go, and A Clean Deal heads into this turn to 5/8 with a lead of a length on Malicious Speed and Naughty Beauty next. She's a Bulldog fourth and on the move now. In front of Romantic Beauty. She'll be second over. Lavender Sealster to the inside continues to trail. A Clean Deal now starting to get away on the pocket riding Malicious Speed. Leads 2 heading to the final turn. She's a Bulldog, first over up to third. Pinned to the inside, Naughty Beauty. Romantic Beauty, second over, and Lavender Sealster at the back. 125 and 3 3/4. And turning for home, A Clean Deal has got a lead of about 2.5. She's a Bulldog in behind the leader now, briefly, and back out. And McClure's going to try to start her up. Here's She's a Bulldog, pacing hard on the outside. A Clean Deal's got a counter, and she is pacing hard on top here. It's A Clean Deal, and She's a Bulldog. Second best as A Clean Deal wins again. It's A Clean Deal in the gold by a length and a half. She's a Bulldog second, Lavender Sealster third. 152 and 1 for A Clean Deal. Here's how they all finished in tonight's second race. Top down, it's 2-5-6, 4-1, 3 on the bottom. Moving on to race 3 next, it's the Fillies and Mares Open Pace, and the start of tonight's early pick 4 Kiss. Adds a Murphy blind on the left, 10 minutes to post. Third race field, Fillies and Mares Open Pacers on parade. Number 1, Talk Curdy to Me. Doug McNair drives for trainer Dave Maneri. Pollock Racing owns. Jody Jameson pilots the 2 Grit and Grace for trainer Mike Kwinowski and owner Lorraine Ray. Number 3, Aviana, driven by Mark McDonald's, trained by Paul McDonnell for Haley Curry and Carol Campbell. The 4 is Kiss, with J.R. Plon in the bike. Marie DuPont training for Ecurie CSL, Brad Grant, and a number company, Quebec Incorporated. The 5, Let's Enjoy, driven by James McDonald. Jacques DuPont trains for Ecurie CSL. Absolution, number 6, Trevor Henry in the sulky for trainer Jack Moiseev. Joanne Colville, Nancy McNiven, the owners. Number 7, Shoot the Whiskey. Travis Cullen drives, also owns with Paul Sanders and Triple J Stables. Jody Cullen, the trainer. And Louis Hua driving number 8, Simply the Best. Eric Nadeau trains for Aurel Harvey AFI Incorporated. That's your group for the 3rd. Mares Open Pacers kick off our early pick 4 next in 3 minutes.
The older pacing mares coming up next. This week's edition of the Open for a purse of $40,000. There's Talk Curdy to Me. And Randy, we were talking before coming on camera that we've got our big race coming up in London next Friday. So this will be a kind of a final tune-up for many of these, including this one from the Dave Maneri barn. And a player in here, 5-1, and I think deserves that status and really has... I think a lot of eligibility to move up off of the first start back last time.
I agree, completely agree. She needed it, and it was a good one up in the Mares Open. I think that she can come back. I got her in for 3rd. I'll tell you, not too many horses have quietly gone by 800,000 the way that Talk Curdy to Me has. Very quietly did it, but just goes to show you what she brings week in and week out. 18 wins at the age of 6 years old, but my goodness, the money that she puts up. She only had 3 wins last year, Greg, and made just short of $400,000.
Yep. Real quality mare.
Very.
Quality mare right here, too. Another one that we're going to see in London next Friday. She was the runner-up in the Forest City last year, Grit and Grace. And last time out, again, if you didn't see the line, it maybe looks like she... had no go, but that wasn't the case. She had a troubled trip and really lacked racing room, so I don't think we saw nearly the best from her. I expect better tonight, and I like 10-1.
Yeah, no doubt about it there. I mean, the first start back, he went out of there, he engaged her, but unfortunately, she just wasn't up to it, and you could see she tired a little bit on the end of it. Last week with the rail, he didn't push out at all, just kind of kept her, in amongst them, and I agree with you. She was a much, much better last week.
Let's enjoy. There she is. She's been certainly one of the major players in this division now for weeks on end, and she didn't win last time out, but I still think it was almost a winning effort.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that, she was up against it a little bit. She had 2 weeks off, and she had been winning. And you know what it's like. You can't train them hard each week, So once in a while, they'll get beat. And then usually that week, the trainer will go out and train them up a little stiffer, And now she's back in on a 7-day rotation. Everything points that she should be better in here tonight.
Yeah, we got word today that she will be competing in the Forest City as well. So first, going to get the first look at her over the London half-mile oval. There's Absolution getting plenty of tote support. She upended that rival last time out. Had the benefit, nice ground-saving trip, and her tactical speed and versatility gives her a lot of weapons.
That's the big thing, eh? I mean, she can't carry the speed that far, like, you know what I mean? Because she's just so incredibly fast. Like, who could? She can, she can probably string together 2 26-second quarters easily. That's a half in 52 seconds. And if he can get into a right spot like he did last week and not overdo it, and then just get a clear shot at whoever's in front at the end of it, she can pretty well haul down anybody.
And again, for those just joining us, it's deceptive. You're watching on TV. That wind is pretty brutal out there. Still rain in the air and cool temperatures. It is not a pleasant night at all. Some adverse weather conditions here, Chad. Just another, element to consider in a good-looking edition of the Open Pace for the Mares.
That's right. At least we've got some great races and, high-level classes competing tonight to kind of raise our spirits because, let's be honest, a little miserable weather-wise out there. It's one thing for it to be raining and 25 degrees. Not the case. Not much above freezing, as McNair said. But the show goes on. And up next, Phillies and Mares Open Pace. We've got a group of 8 lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Simply the Best was right on the gate, and she's able to sprint right on out of there into the mix early on, and she's going to continue on after the front with Simply the Best taking over, heading to the first turn with Grit and Grace pocketing up. Talk Curdy to Me, away third. Then Let's Enjoy, the odds-on favorite. She's got a seat early, fourth. In front of Aviana, fifth. 2 more lengths, Absolution is being followed by Kiss, and early trailer, Shoot the Whiskey. 26 and 1. Opening panel, Simply the Best supplies the speed. Takes them into the backstretch with Grit and Grace in the 2-hole. Another length and a half to Talk Curdy to Me. Let's Enjoy remains on hold, fourth. Aviana from fifth and Absolution sixth. Next to last, seventh is Kiss. Trailing eighth, that's Shoot the Whiskey. Simply the Best, chopping it out with Grit and Grace all over that helmet. Second, Talk Curdy to Me. Third, Let's Enjoy is fourth and being brought to the outside now first up. Second over is Aviana. 3 wide in the backstretch. Absolution. To the inside is Kiss. And then Shoot the Whiskey, 57-1. They were getting jammed up. Simply the Best. Nice breather there. Into the wind or not. Simply the Best. Just over a length in front of Grit and Grace. Let's Enjoy. First over up to third. Second over Aviana. To the inside is Talk Curdy to Me. Absolution. Now third over. Then Kiss and a starting up Shoot the Whiskey. Simply the Best leads half a length to the final turn. On Let's Enjoy is pressing outside and inching closer, 125 and 4 to 3/4. And Simply the Best on the inside is now dealing with Let's Enjoy, who pokes the head in front and now starts to draw clear. Let's Enjoy takes over. Grit and Grace angles off of the pylon. She's live late. It's Let's Enjoy, though, with Grit and Grace. And Talk Curdy to Me closing at her, but Let's Enjoy rebounds to get back to the winner's circle. It's Let's Enjoy in front of Talk Curdy to Me and Grit and Grace in 152 and 1. Five one 2-8 unofficial. Number 5, Let's Enjoy. Back to the winner's circle from race 3, capturing the Phillies and Mares Open. 4-year-old Bay Mare by Better's Delight of the Rock and Roll Heaven Dam Rockin' Joys, owned by Ecurie CSL. Trained by Jacques Dupont, driven to victory by James McDonald. Let's Enjoy adds to her impressive totals this year. She's now 10 for 13, 14th career score, her latest in 152-1 in the off-going.
And welcome back just outside the paddock at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and time now to honor the top driver and trainer in the Ontario Sire Stakes from 2025. And we'll start with the Lampman Cup winner, once again, Bob McClure on the driver's side, Bill Ford of Woodbine Entertainment, and the president of Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame to make the presentation. And congratulations to Bob. We'll just get a quick comment from you. Another Lampman Cup title never gets old, does it?
No, it doesn't. And you know what? It took me a while to win my first, and it was a goal I had set, and it really did mean a lot to me. Obviously, my uncle, he was a big participant in the OSS program, and you know, a couple of years ago, I started traveling a little less and trying to focus a little bit more on the local program, and it paid off, and it's really nice to get a second one.
Congratulations. And, you know, and having a horse like Bojangles didn't hurt last year either.
Definitely didn't hurt, no. And he was, you know, he was one of the ones that finished it off. I think I had a big lead, and then coming to Super Final night, Louis had closed the gap pretty good. So it was nice. I had some good horses for the finals to finish it off.
Well, Bob's shivering. We're going to let him go here. And then I think we're going to go right into our second presentation. Actually, our recipient of the Johnson Cup is out on the track warming up, Greg McNair. So we'll come back and join him. Again, congratulations to Bob McClure. We'll go to the prices now and be back with that second presentation momentarily.
All right, congratulations to Bob on his second Lampman Cup. As mentioned, Greg McNair, winner of the 2025 Johnston Cup, his seventh Johnston Cup. He'll be back later on for the presentation as we have a look at the payouts from race number 3, where winner 5, Let's Enjoy, returning 370, 260, 220. Second, number 1, Talk Curdy to Me, 680, 450. Third, 2, Grit and Grace, 730. $2 Exacta, 23.30. $1 Try, 50.10. $1 Super, $200, 55 cents. $2 Double pays $5.30. $1 Pick 3, $8.85. 38,000 plus wagered in the early Pick 4. Almost 17,000 moves on in live money. And still more than 7,600 going strong in that Pick 5 as we head to the penultimate leg.
All right, we got him right off the track. Greg McNair is here, 7th Johnson Cup trophy as Trainer of the Year in the Ontario Sire Stakes program for 2025. How special is that?
Oh, it's pretty special. Takes a lot of racing and a lot of trucking around to get it, and it's nice to win it.
And when you have a night like tonight, do you ever question your decision maybe not to go to or stay in Florida a little bit longer?
Oh, I don't know. Should have saved my money when I was younger.
A quick thought on the OSS program overall. How where you think it stacks up in North America, and what kind of a year you're hoping for here in 2026?
I don't know. This is the best Sire Stake program there is, as far as I can see. But and this year we got lots of prospects coming along there. They seem like they're going all right. So hopefully we get quite a few starts again this year.
All right, going for an 8th title this year. Congratulations. And we've got Bill McClinchy here, president of Standardbred Racing here at Woodbine Entertainment, to make the presentation. Again, Greg McNair, an 7-time winner now of the Johnson Cup Trainer of the Year in the Ontario Sire Stakes.
Here's that finish order from race number 3. From the top, it's 2, 3, 6, 5, 1, 8, 7, and 4 on the bottom. We're off to race 4 next to kick off tonight's pick 6. We have 2 claims entered on the 4, Madam X. 2 claims in on the 4. Post time in 8 minutes. Leading parade for race 4. Number 1, Twinbee Empress. Doug McNair's in the sulky. Tony Montini trains for Albina Montini. Christine Michaela Kwong, Simlo, and Pino Albanese. 2, Swift Talker. Driver Bob McClure. Trainer John Pentland. Hut Racing Stable owns. Travis Cullen aboard 3, Sunshine Magic. Jody Cullen trains for A1 Stable and Paul Sanders. The 4, Madam X has 2 claims entered. James McDonald drives for trainer Rob Fellows. Out of the park, Stable Pat Dillon, Steve McGill, and Henry Tarniau are the owners. Louis Waugh driving 5, lane side in control. Murray Brother trains for Neville Bainbridge. 6 is Stellar Manipulation. Travis Henry, the driver. Josh McKibben, the trainer. Owners are M&S Racing Stable Incorporated and Paul Batter. One last bet, 7, driven by Daryl Teese and Mike Kwinowski owns and trains. Number 8, Better Not Mock Me, gets Ed Hensley. Jody Cullen trains for Wayne McRae and Humac Farms Limited. 9 in the group, Kira Sealster, Mark McDonald for trainer Gary Murner and owner Larry DeLellis. And on the outside, number 10 is Sorcia Sealster. Jody Jameson drives tonight. John Pentland trains and owns with RC Molyneux Racing. Peter Charlton in the estate of Archie Leach. That's your field for the 4th race. Wagering on our pick 6 is open. Post time in about 4 minutes.
Filly and Mare Pacers here, non-winners, 6,500 in the last 4. A look at the 9-5 choice. You'll have to overcome post 1 in this spot, and her name is Twinbee Empress, looking to give Doug McNair his second win early on the program. She's done nothing but turn in consistently good performances. Hasn't missed the board yet this year, and I don't see that changing tonight.
No, I got her down in for 3rd, even with that tricky rail, and she opened up as the favorite. She's staying as the favorite. I mean, she had a really nice pop-up series. That's what she was racing in those last 3 starts, and it was a good one. But let's face facts, though. I mean, Blinded by Delight was a winner in that series every single week, and I'm a big fan of Blinded by Delight, but I do think that this field is a little tougher than the one that she was taking on with the Blinded by Delight. So I'm going to throw her in for 3rd, Twinbee Empress. Love the barn she comes out of. Love the way she's racing. But again, I just think that there's a couple of other ones in here that are bringing a little bit more.
I concur, and we're in agreement on this one. Number 3, Sunshine Magic. I'll let you tell the folks what it is you like about her.
She's sneaky good at times. I mean, the last win there, she looked like she was locked up, and Travis found a seam, and she was a winner there. Then when Jonathan Drury took over, there were so many times that if he'd have just had a little bit of luck go his way, same kind of trip, he would have found a seam and got the job done. Last week, she was just pinned down on the rail for too long, and now Travis is going to come back with her again. I think he's going to put her into play tonight. I think that, she spent a little bit of time up in the Fillies and Mares Open. Both times she gave good accounts of herself. Now she comes back down to, let's face it, a bunch of horses that are basically 20, 25, 30 claimers. I think she kind of stands out.
I agree, and I honestly would be happy with 2-1. I think that's a very fair price.
Should we stop talking?
Yeah. We are seeing a lot of support behind this mare as well. Final one we'll talk about, number 4, Madam X. And is going to get to track the probable favorites in here and keep them in her sights. And, you wouldn't be surprised to see her win here.
No, her form, I mean, she's actually the one that I'm sort of playing against in a way, because her form is just unbeatably good right now. Now, she's going to leave the Fellows camp tonight, Greg. 2 claims entered in on Madam X, and you know how much that can change the swing of a race.
Yeah, 4th time in a row she's going to be claimed. So, when horses are in that kind of a form, they're attractive in the claim box. Quick thought on the weather conditions tonight, and Randy, when you put your driving hat back on, would you have changed your approach a lot on a night like tonight?
It depends on what I'm driving. I don't see a bias yet, but if I'm driving a horse like a Clean Deal or a Bojangles, I'm going right to the front. I'm not going to get involved in muddy traffic.
Randy driving in the rain? Come on.
There's that voice we didn't want to hear.
Let's go over the 4th. Pick 6 time here at Mohawk Park. Group of 10 lining up. Big drop down for Sunshine Magic. She'll try to capitalize on the opportunity. 6-5 right now, the offering. Horses and drivers in the hands of the starter. Here they come. Good looking start, and away they go. They're off and pacing. Sunshine Magic inside, tries to get off to a decent start, but they're quicker outside right now with Better Not Mock Me and One Last Bet going forward in tandem. Lane side in control joining them from the rails. Twinbee Empress between horses. Madam X the claimed one. Sunshine Magic is along the pylons 6th in the early going. Parked out Kira Sealster. Ahead of her now is Swift Talker. Then it's back to Stellar Manipulation and Sorcia Sealster. Better Not Mock Me. 99-1 leader to the first quarter and 26-2. She'll head to the backstretch. A length in front of One Last Bet. Fellow long shot. Another 2 to lane side in control third. Twinbee Empress a length and a half more back fourth as One Last Bet is going to come around. Better Not Mock Me past 3/8. In fifth, we find Madam X being followed by Sunshine Magic, the even money favorite. Then it's Swift Talker, Kira Sealster, Stellar Manipulation, and Sorcia Sealster. Rushing up here is Twinbee Empress after new leader One Last Bet, who got them down to the midway point in 57 flat, and Twinbee Empress continuing to motor on the outside, trying to clear past. Hot on that one's heels, up to third now, Madam X. She'll lose her cover, though, as Twinbee Empress takes over in front of One Last Bet. Madam X first over third. Second over, Sunshine Magic to the inside, Better Not Mock Me. Third over from the back is Swift Talker. To the inside is lane side in control. The last 3, Stellar Manipulation, Kira Sealster, and Sorcia Sealster. It's Twinbee Empress and McNair to 3/4 and 125-2, and off of the final turn. They've got a 2.5 length lead. Right now on One Last Bet, Madam X in the center of the track. In behind is Better Not Mock Me. The favorite Sunshine Magic has got a lot of ground to make up in the center. Starting to roll from the back, Stellar Manipulation along with Swift Talker, but Twinbee Empress is gone. And Twinbee Empress made that move to the half, and she goes on to win by open lengths. Rallying for second, Stellar Manipulation, One Last Bet third, 152-2. Fourth race unofficial, 1672. Winner of race 4, back in front of us, number 1, Twinbee Empress. Twinbee Empress, a 5-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey from the Rock and Roll Heaven Dam Twinbee Exquisite. She's owned by Albino Montini, Christine Michele, Quangsum Low, and Pino Albanese. Tony Montini trains Doug McNair with his second of the night. Twinbee Empress now 4 for 9 this year. 11th career score, 152-2. Open leg score for Twinbee Empress at 2-1. Those of you in attendance here tonight, the undefeated Bojangles out for his trip on the track right now with Doc Moore in tow. Right now in the backstretch at the half. If you want to catch a glimpse of superstar Bojangles out there warming up right now. Number 1, Twimby Empress, 610 for $44. Second, number 6, Stellar Manipulation, 1879.10. Third was the 7-1 last bet, $13.50. $2 Exacta, $98.60. $1 Try pays $763.50. A $1 Superfecta, $4,085.70. $2 Double, $22.70. Pick 3, $13.35. 3,300 plus. Live in the early pick 4, pick 5, just over 1,600 heads to the final leg. Tonight's pick 6 pool was just under 13,000 wagered and just over 3,400 of live money. Moves on to leg 2. Two claims are in on the 4, Madam X, taken for $37,500. Goes to winning claim and owner Gino Toscani with Gary Murner taking over as trainer. Horses and drivers in the hands of the starter. Here they come. Good looking start, and away they go. They're off and pacing. Sunshine Magic inside, tries to get off to a decent start, but they're quicker outside right now with Better Not Mock Me and One Last Bet going forward in tandem. Lane side and control joining them from the rails. Twimby Empress between horses. Madam X, the claimed one. Sunshine Magic is along the pylons 6th in the early going. Parked out Kira Sealster. Ahead of her now is Swift Talker. Then it's back to Stellar Manipulation and Sorcia Sealster. Better Not Mock Me. 99-1 leader to the first quarter and 26-2. She'll head to the backstretch, a length in front of One Last Bet, fellow long shot. Another 2 to lane side and control third. Twimby Empress, a length and a half more back fourth, as One Last Bet is going to come around. Better Not Mock Me past 3/8. In fifth, we find Madam X being followed by Sunshine Magic, the even money favorite. Then it's Swift Talker, Kira Sealster, Stellar Manipulation, and Sorcia Sealster. Rushing up here is Twinby Empress after new leader One Last Bet, who got them down to the midway point in 57 flat, and Twinby Empress continuing to motor on the outside, trying to clear past. Hot on that one's heels, up to third now, Madam X. She'll lose her cover, though, as Twinby Empress takes over in front of One Last Bet. Madam X, first over third. Second over, Sunshine Magic to the inside, Better Not Mock Me. Third over from the back is Swift Talker. To the inside is lane side in control. The last 3, Stellar Manipulation, Kira Sealster, and Sorcia Sealster. It's Twinby Empress and McNair to 3/4 and 125-2, and off of the final turn. They've got a 2.5 length lead. Right now on One Last Bet, Madam X in the center of the track. In behind is Better Not Mock Me. The favorite Sunshine Magic has got a lot of ground to make up in the center. Starting to roll from the back, Stellar Manipulation along with Swift Talker, but Twinby Empress is gone. And Twinby Empress made that move to the half, and she goes on to win by open lengths. Rallying for second, Stellar Manipulation, One Last Bet third, 152-2. Race 4 finish order, 1-4-5, 6-8-2, 3-9-10, 7 on the bottom. Up next, race 5, where 6 Jabberwocky will go blind to blinkers. New information to pass along in tonight's finale. Race 12 now have a scratch of the 10 Honolulu Vacation. Judges scratch. Post time for the 5th in 12 minutes.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland
Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Let's meet the field for tonight's fifth race. The one is Blue Bar. Travis Cullen drives and owns. Jody Cullen, the trainer. 2 is Tyga Hanover, driven by Mark McDonald. Gary Murner trains for owner Brennan Sherratt. Bob McClure pilots the 3 Drinkin' Buddy. Heather Pickett trains and owns with Rick Pickett. The 4 Control the Power. Jody Jameson drives for owner trainer David Snowden. 5 is Halmac Victor. Scott Young aboard. Tony Montini training for Albina Montini, Kwang Sim Lo, Bill Rogers, and Christy Michele. 6 Jabberwocky. Trevor Henry in the bike. Rick Zeron trains for Rick Zeron Stables. James Walker, Johnny Marveno, and Earn It to Burn It Stable. 7 Living the Beach Life. Louis Waugh at the lines. Vic Putty trains for Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. Tyler Jones handles the driving for 8 Aquinas Hanover. Justin Turcotte training for Gestio, Jean Blais Incorporated. Number 9, what you looking at? James McDonald in the seat. Dave Maneri for Pollock Racing. And Miraculous Desby, the 10. It's driven by J.R. Plant, trained by Jacques Dupont for Ecurie CSL. That's your field for race 5. It's coming up in about 4.
There's your 3-minute warning for the upcoming 5th race as now a bit of fog starts to roll into the Campbellville area, and that's a sign that the temperature is now climbing, and colliding with that cold weather system that we've had affecting us here today. So let's keep fingers crossed that we can hold it at bay for a few more races here tonight. In this spot, Jabberwocky at 5-2. So despite the fact that this has been an open horse here not that long ago, struggling a little bit of late, the form, it's hard to really get behind him, even though he's dropping another notch in company here. But you like him on top. You think this is the spot where he can get that confidence back?
Yeah, I like him. He's down in a class that I think he's very competitive. He gets the middle of the gate. I know he's bringing in a bit of a stale date, but that's fooled me a couple of times on Jabberwocky where I haven't played him when he's come in with a stale date and he's gone out and win. So I don't look at the stale date with him anymore. Zeron sending in a bridle change on Jabberwocky tonight. They're going to go from blind to blinkers. Now, don't quote me on this, but I'm sure, Greg, at one time, Rick Zeron told me the biggest problem that he has with Jabberwocky is his front feet. Front feet bother him a lot. And anytime that he's on a track that's a little bit soft, the horse race is huge, and he's getting a soft track tonight.
Yeah, he sure is. So that could be some important information here. Here's another one that gets some mild class relief, but an outside post 9 might be the equalizer for him.
Lots of speed, this guy, right? But he just seems like he's kind of always a little bit low for the ability that he brings on wins. 2 for 19 last year, 2 for 14 so far this year, slightly over 10%. But he's got the ability, if he gets the right kind of trip, definitely the speed isn't a problem.
I'm going inside, number 1 Blue Bar, 6-1. Nice price on him. And trip might be the key word there. I think he'll need the right kind of a trip, but if that happens, I like his chances. We're going to head up to Chad now, and Chad, maybe you can give us an indication of how thick the fog is as we see it rolling in.
Well, after the 4th, it was coming in pretty thick where I couldn't even see over into the far corner just past the half to 5/8. Now it seems to be moving through, not as low, which is good. Visibility not too bad out there. The wind's high. Hopefully this just kind of blows right on through here because we just don't need it, let's be honest. We've got a group of 10 lining up for the 5th. Wrapping up that first pick 5. Still 2 more pick 5s to get underway in races 6 and 8. At the top of the stretch, here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. And then Jabberwocky from post 6 darts out after the early lead with Control the Power joining them and Blue Bar from the rail. Then Tyga Hanover in behind that early trio, parked out in 5th. What You Looking At? Next half of the group led by Drinkin' Buddy, followed to the opening turn by Helmac Victor. Last 3 are Livin' the Beach Life. Then it's Aquinas, Hanover, and Miraculous Desby. Can see them all as the early trailer. 4 to 5 favorite Jabberwocky put on the lead by Trevor Henry, 26-1, opening quarter speed. Control the Power in the pocket with Blue Bar following next third. Tyga Hanover 4th. 5th is What You Looking At. 6th belongs to Drinkin' Buddy right now. 7th, Helmac Victor. 8th one, Livin' the Beach Life. Miraculous Desby on the move from the back. New trailer, Aquinas Hanover. The race past 3/8, Jabberwocky sets the tempo. Control the Power at a huge price, rides the pocket. Blue Bar 3rd. Tyga Hanover stays in. First up out of 5th, What You Looking At. 2nd over, Drinkin' Buddy. To the inside, Livin' the Beach Life locked up. 3rd over, Helmac Victor. Following that one, Miraculous Desby to the inside, Aquinas Hanover, 57-2. They're at 5/8 now, and Jabberwocky lets it out a bit to a 1.5 length lead on Control the Power. What You Looking At on the outside is first over. He's up to 3rd. Kind of stalled, though, heading to the last turn. Then Blue Bar to the inside of that one locked up. Couple more lengths to Tyga Hanover and Drinkin' Buddy. Helmac Victor, 125 2 3/4. And it's Jabberwocky now by 4 on Control the Power. Blue Bar shakes loose late. And he's going to rally here. He's into 2nd right now, but still 5 behind Jabberwocky. And Jabberwocky with a 1/16 of a mile to go is still well clear. Blue Bar is going to be 2nd best. Jabberwocky, though, an easy winner. Blue Bar 2nd. What You Looking At? Trying to get to 3rd. Charging late was Aquinas Hanover. Got a photo there, 152-3. It's Jabberwocky in the 5th. Six, 1, 8, and 9 unofficial. Fifth race winner, number 6, Jabberwocky. Returning in front of us, 7-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching out of the Arts Place Dam Art Sale, is owned by Rick Zeron Stables, James Walker, Johnny Marveno, and Earn It to Burn It Stable. Trevor Henry, the winning driver, and Rick Zeron, the winning trainer. And Rick with his 2,501 career training victory, recognized for his 2,500th training win. Congrats, Ricky. Was presented there trackside by Mr. Bill McClinchy, VP of Standardbred Racing. Jabberwocky now 2 for 13 this year, 22nd career score, 152-3. He pays $390, $250, $230. Second, number 1, Blue Bar, $630, $390. Third, number 8, Aquinas Hanover, $12.40. $2 exacta, $18.50 try, $207. $1 super, $956.20. $2 double, $18.70 pick 3, $21.55. Pick 5, $108.65. 1,500 plus live in the pick 4 heading to the final leg. Pick 6, just under 1,500. Top of the stretch, here they come. There they go, they're off and pacing. And then Jabberwocky from post 6 darts out after the early lead with Control the Power joining them and Blue Bar from the rail. Then Tyga Hanover in behind that early trio, parked out in 5th. What you looking at? Next half of the group led by Drinkin' Buddy, followed to the opening turn by Halmac Victor. Last 3 are Living the Beach Life. Then it's Aquinas, Hanover, and Miraculous Desby. Can see them all as the early trailer. 4 to 5 favorite Jabberwocky, put on the lead by Trevor Henry, 26-1, opening quarter speed. Control the Power in the pocket with Blue Bar following next third. Tyga Hanover 4th. 5th is What You Looking At. 6th belongs to Drinkin' Buddy right now. 7th, Halmac Victor. 8th one, Living the Beach Life. Miraculous Desby on the move from the back. New trailer, Aquinas Hanover. The race past 3/8, Jabberwocky sets the tempo. Control the Power at a huge price, rides the pocket. Blue Bar 3rd. Tyga Hanover stays in. First up out of 5th, What You Looking At. 2nd over, Drinkin' Buddy. To the inside, Living the Beach Life locked up. 3rd over, Halmac Victor. Following that one, Miraculous Desby to the inside, Aquinas Hanover, 57-2. They're at 5/8 now, and Jabberwocky lets it out a bit to a 1.5 length lead on Control the Power. What You Looking At on the outside is first over. He's up to 3rd. Kind of stalled, though, heading to the last turn. Then Blue Bar to the inside of that one, locked up. Couple more lengths to Tyga Hanover and Drinkin' Buddy. Halmac Victor, 125 2 3/4. And it's Jabberwocky now by 4 on Control the Power. Blue Bar shakes loose late, and he's going to rally here. He's into 2nd right now, but still 5 behind Jabberwocky. And Jabberwocky with a 1/16 of a mile to go is still well clear. Blue Bar is going to be 2nd best. Jabberwocky, though, an easy winner. Blue Bar 2nd. What You Looking At? Trying to get to 3rd. Charging late was Aquinas Hanover. Got a photo there, 152 3. It's Jabberwocky in the 5th. Race 5 finish order. From the top, it's 2, 6, 5, 8, 9, 1, 7, 3, 4, 10 on the bottom. Moving on next, race 6, start of the mid-pick 5. There's no changes. Post time in 15 minutes.
horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label was sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Field for race 6 on parade. Here's number 1, Axial. Doug McNair drives. Kyle Fellows training for Yolanda Fellows and Blair Kerbeil. Number 2, Major Threat, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is trained by Mike Kwinowski for Tara and Garrett Isman. Number 3, Backup Plan. Louis Hua and the Sulky. Dave Maneri trains for Hut Racing Stable. 4 is SOS Sports Bet. Mark McDonald to drive. Greg McNair trains for Ryan McDonald. Jody Jameson driving 5, Silky Choice. Carl Jameson trains for Greg Hayter. Number 6, Blazing Cruiser. Billy Davis in the bike. Vic Putty trains for Hamac Farms Limited. Number 7, Figment. Scott Young aboard. David Keys trains and owns with Julie Keys. 8 is Set Shot. James McDonald at the controls. Dave Maneri trains for Mac and Carol Nickel. And number 9, Captain Hurley. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen. Robert Jones, the owner. That's your group. Race number 6 to start our mid-pick 5 wager. 4 minutes left to place those bets.
Just moments away from race number 6, coming up to the midway point on this Saturday program at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And yeah, it looks like that fog has subsided. So that's great news. Everybody's awaiting, watching Bojangles again, race 7. We've got another OSS division for the Philly Pacers later on as well. But a good overnight contest here in race number 6 where Figment 2-1, I think a square price on this horse in his current form. Randy, you and I backed the horse last week, and he did not disappoint. That was really a gritty effort to win, and we're both looking for him to come right back.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're sharing basically favorite status. The 2 and the 7, both of us like both of those horses. Major Threat, I got him in for 3rd. You had him in for 2nd. Yeah, he was real good, but the only thing I would caution, like he raced a big trip in against Figment, but the only thing I would caution was that Figment went into that last race on a 14-day rotation, and the other horse was on a 7-day rotation. Now they're both on 7-day rotations, and I think the advantage has now gone to Figment, being that he's back on a regular rotation.
And what a difference a week makes. 26-1 in finishing second last time out. And basically co-favorite here early on in the wagering from post position number 2. How in the world he was those odds last time, I'm not sure. So backers of this horse have been well rewarded, when the horse does hit the ticket in some of those recent races. Good post to work with tonight. Maybe from that standpoint, does he just get the benefit of an even better trip potentially versus Figment this time, and could that be the difference?
I think he can. There are a few horses that show a little bit of gate speed, but nothing that he can't handle. So I think if he pushes hard, Daryl, out of there with Major Threat, I say he can land right on Figment's back. And if he does, then that's going to, come out to a big time throwdown. But last week to me was the first time that I ever seen even the slightest weakness out of Figment. And I think that had more to do with the 14-day that he had off between those 2 races. I think he's going to be extra strong in here tonight. But, the other one that I kind of like in here, Greg, right now, he's taking 9-2 support. Do you like this backup plan? Because I think that this guy, I know it's a bit of a step up from the straight non-winners of 3, but boy, oh boy, he's bringing great form with him.
Yeah, he is, and he's sent out by Maneri. He's got a barn full of good ones, and this is one that, I think, especially in recent starts, is hinting that, he's got his A game right now, and that might be good enough to pass this test and move up. And his next door neighbor, SOS Sports Bet, if you were going price shopping in here, why not this guy? He's got a big turn of speed. I think he can go with any of these for a piece of a mile, and it's just a matter of Mark trying to, I think, cover him up as long as he can and utilize that late kick when it counts.
See, now Mark, he could kind of throw a little bit of a fly in the ointment on Daryl, because he does have the gate speed that he can come out of there with SOS Sports Bet. And if he gets separation between Figment and Major Threat, then Figment is even at a better advantage. But I agree with you. I think that Mark can come out of there with this guy.
All right, back up to Chad with the call of the upcoming 6th.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, last call to place those mid-pick 5 wagers as the pool continues to grow. 32,000 in there right now, continuing to climb. Group of 9 to kick it off. Figments looking for another win. 6-5 on the board right now. At the top of the stretch, group of 9 are all lined up. Here they come. At the start, and they're off. Chased out of there is Blazing Cruiser by Davis. Major Threat leaves alertly from the inside. Tisa looking over his shoulder. He's having an eye on Figment to see what he's going to do, and Figment's going to drive on. So here's Figment going after leader Major Threat into the opening turn. He wants the front. Major Threat won't battle him. He'll release. He'll get the pocket ride now. 2 in front of Axial third. Blazing Cruiser fourth. It's another 2 to back up plan away fifth. 26-2 opening quarter. SOS Sports Bet 6th in the early going, in front of Silky Choice 7th. 8th one set shot of Captain Hurley at the back 9th. Figment at 2-5, leads the way up to 3/8 on Major Threat, who rides the pocket. A length and a half more to Axial third than Blazing Cruiser. Call it 2 to back up plan 5th. In behind that one, SOS Sports Bet. Then it's Silky Choice, still with a pair beat, set shot, and Captain Hurley. Half is reached for Figment. Leader just over length there in 56-3. Major Threat stalks him from the deuce. Axial third, Blazing Cruiser, and backup plan. And then to the inside, SOS Sports Bet. On the move from the back, Silky Choice. Set shot and Captain Hurley continue to trail. It's Figment, the leader with under 3/8 to go, just over length. Major Threat doing his best to stay with him from second. Axial trying to pick it up from third. He's brought to the outside as well. 125 and 1 3/4, and off of the final turn out of the pocket. Major Threat. He's going to try to challenge him. Figment though leading 2. Major Threat, couple behind now, chasing in the center of the track. Axial to the inside along with Blazing Cruiser. Backup plan and SOS Sports Bet, but Figment is pulling away right now on his rivals, and Figment is going to double up. It's Figment by 2. Axial second, Blazing Cruiser third, SOS Sports Bet fourth. 151 and 3 for Figment. Seven 1 6-4 unofficial. Number 7, Figment, returning in front of us, winner of the 6th race. 4-year-old Brown Kelton by Shadow Play out of the Kamloops Damia Sealsters, a winning homebred for David and Julie Keys, with David handling the training duties. Scott Young in the bike yet again for Figment's 3rd win of the year in 5 tries, now a 9-time winner overall, 151 and 3. Good effort on the off-going tonight. Figment pushing his lifetime earnings through his short career so far to over $100,000 with his latest win. Seven, Figment returning 290, 210, 220. Second, one Axial 724.70. Third, number 6 Blazing Cruiser 860. $2 Exacta 23.50. The dollar Try 113.05. Dollar Super 927.85. $2 Double 640. Dollar Pick 3 15.20. $1 Early Pick 4 36.05. Just shy of 59,000 wagered in the mid Pick 5. More than 29,000 will move on. $766 and a couple of pennies still live in the Pick 6. Up next, race 7. Lone Division, opening leg of the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold for the Thrill Colton Gelding Pacers. Headlining the field of 8, the undefeated Bo Jangles. He's next. Top of the stretch, group of 9 are all lined up. Here they come. At the start, and they're off. Chased out of there is Blazing Cruiser by Davis. Major Threat leaves alertly from the inside. Tisa looking over his shoulder. He's having an eye on Figment to see what he's going to do, and Figment's going to drive on. So here's Figment going after leader Major Threat into the opening turn. He wants the front. Major Threat won't battle him. He'll release. He'll get the pocket ride now. 2 in front of Axial third. Blazing Cruiser fourth. It's another 2 to back up plan away fifth. 26 and 2 opening quarter. SOS Sports Bet 6 in the early going. In front of Silky Choice 7th. 8th one set shot at Captain Hurley at the back 9th. Figment at 2 to 5. Leads the way up to 3/8 on Major Threat, who rides the pocket. A length and a half more to Axial third than Blazing Cruiser. Call it 2 to back up plan 5th. In behind that one, SOS Sports Bet. Then it's Silky Choice, still with a pair beat. Set shot and Captain Hurley. Half is reached for Figment. Leader just over length there in 56 and 3. Major Threat stalks him from the deuce. Axial third, Blazing Cruiser, and backup plan. And then to the inside, SOS Sports Bet. On the move from the back, Silky Choice. Set shot and Captain Hurley continue to trail. It's Figment. The leader with under 3/8 to go, just over a length. Major Threat doing his best to stay with him from second. Axial trying to pick it up from third. He's brought to the outside as well. 125 and 1 3/4. And off of the final turn out of the pocket, Major Threat. He's going to try to challenge him. Figment, though, leading 2. Major Threat, couple behind now, chasing in the center of the track. Axial to the inside, along with Blazing Cruiser, backup plan and SOS Sports Bet. But Figment is pulling away right now on his rivals, and Figment is going to double up. It's Figment by 2. Axial second, Blazing Cruiser third, SOS Sports Bet fourth, 151 and 3 for Figment. Here's how they all finished in race number 6. From the top, it's 2-5-6, 4-9-3, 1-8, 7 on the bottom. On to race number 7, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Leg 1 in the series for the Thrill Pacing Colts and Geldings. Lone division of the night. There's no place or show wagering available. Equipment notes on 5, Who Let the Dogs Out, adds a Murphy blind on the left. 6, Till the Cows Come Home, will go steel to aluminum shoes up front tonight. 15 minutes until post time. Another scratch in race number 12, ladies and gentlemen. The 9 Class Yankee. Judges Transportation scratch. 9 Class Yankee. Judges Transportation scratch out of race 12.
And welcome back inside the studio, getting set to embark on the back half of the program. And here's the moment that a lot of people would be waiting for, Randy.
Me included.
Yeah, it's become must-see TV, right? Bojangles, third start of the season. Talk about his 2 efforts in the SBOA elimination and final, first of all, and where you see him at in his road to the Pepsi North America Cup, and even bigger and better beyond that this year.
I mean, obviously he's come back very, very strong. He hasn't grown any taller, but he's filled out a little bit, so a little bit more power in there. I think that both SBOAs was incredibly good. Obviously, the final is when he said, okay, let's get some work into this guy. And he made him pace, and he made him basically annihilate who he's in against, where the first week, it looked like they were competitive with him, but we could tell by then. I just think that, it's going to take some horse that I haven't seen just yet to be able to take him down. I hear that there's a really nice horse out in Indiana that's also undefeated, and hopefully he makes it out here for the NA Cup and gives this guy some competition. But right now, I just look at everybody that has to race against him simply as competition. That's the way I look at it. I just think that he's got maybe at least 2, maybe even 3 gears more than the rest of them do.
Odds on Mr. Mamba is the horse you're talking about. Fastest 2-year-old ever. And so
he's
that's going to be a lot of
right?
fun. No, I believe he lost his very first start.
Oh, a Muscle Hill thing.
And then ran the table after that, and winning with the same kind of authority in obviously in the provincial program there. And you know what I liked last time with this guy, Randy? It was an almost 10-length win. He trounced the competition, but it wasn't like he was, not a case certainly of showboating or going, a lot faster than you should have or had to. He just did it. He did it in hand, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And something, the very first week he raced, Greg, when he went on to the post parade, he got into playing kicky bucky big time with Bob. That's kind of a habit you don't want them to get into, because technically they could hurt themselves, they could hurt the driver, things could go bad. The next week in the final, he came out and there was none of that. So I went and asked Doc Moore. I said, how come, we got kicky bucky the first week, the second week there was none of that at all? And what it was that the first week he didn't wear his normal bike, and it was pinching him on the sides, and he didn't like it. So last week he went back to the bike of Moore's that he always races in. He was just more comfortable last week, and just such an improvement on a 7-day rotation. Like, where do we go from here,
Yeah. So so far, right on track. They've got big fish to fry with him this year. We're not that far away from the big one here, the Pepsi NA Cup, a race that Doc Moore is going to want to win for sure. Interesting, back in 2008 when it was Some Beach Somewhere came in with the hype and the fanfare and all eyes on him. Doc had a horse that kind of had to race in his shadows and was a great colt in his own right, Shadow Play. Mm-hmm. So now he's in the role of, being the target and with all the pressure. And he's talked about that, and Bob has as well, the pressure that goes with it. It's a whole different beast. It's good. It's a good pressure, good problem to have. But, that's going to build, as the season goes on, and you're trying to, stay undefeated as long as you can. And another, it's going to be another step along the way here tonight for him. But let's talk about some of these other colts. I mean, he gets all of the headlines, but you've got 7 other excellent colts in here that they deserve some due as well. And when you look at the next bunch, there's not a lot of separation right now, right? It's hard to decipher. Is there, a clear second best early on? And I would say not.
I agree with you. I don't think that anybody stamped himself as second best right now. Who did you throw in for the deuce?
In here, I've gone to, I think, Borderline Mobby.
Oh, okay.
Again. Yep, just had to
I got him in for third, and I got Windor in for second this week. I thought that maybe Windor could be a little bit better now that he's had a couple starts under his belt.
No, and my apologies. I went to Redland Rocketman.
I used this guy. I used this guy last week there in for part of it, and he raced really good. Big wheels on the end of it every time. Another very, very fast bulldog.
And look at the odds board. I mean, I'm not sure if I've ever seen that before.
What would
pretty much 99 to 1 on
right now? How would the 2-horse be 97 to 1? How would that work? All 99s and one. What, somebody bet $2?
$2 to win.
There's that's a brave soul that does that.
All right, we'll let Chad introduce the field, and we'll come back and chat a little bit more after the post parade.
Race 7, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers on post parade. Number 1 is No Waitlist. Trevor Henry drives. Blake McIntosh training for Tim Dickinson. The 2 is Borderline Mobby. James McDonald in the bike. Dave Maneri trains for Maneri Racing Incorporated. Larry Maneri, Ryan Moorfield, and Pitbull Stable. Number 3, Windor. Doug McNair for trainer Mike Vanderkamp. Diana Secord owns. Louis Waugh driving the 4, Redland Rocketman. John Pentland trains and owns with Murray Cox and Gary Volpe. John Pentland also sending out 5, Who Let the Dogs Out for VMB Stable. Mark McDonald in the bike. Number 6, Till the Cows Come Home. Jody Jameson drives for trainer Carl Jameson. Carl and Jody own along with Joanne Morrison and Blair Corbeil. Mega Moves, number 7. Todd Aborth in the sulky. Tony Beaton owns and trains. David Mercer, Dominic Chiaravelli, Anvil and Lace Farm share on the ownership. And here's the big fella, number 8, Bo Jangles. Bob McClure in the bike for trainer Dr. Ian Moore. Ownership is Graham Grace Stables, Kiwi Stables, and Bolton Stables. That's your field of 8 for the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. $140,000 up for grabs. No place or show wagering available. Post time in about 3 minutes.
Three minutes away from the single Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg Division. $140,000 up for grabs. No place, no show wagering. The odds are greatly skewed, as you can see, due to the presence of Bo Jangles. 99 to 1 on this guy, no wait list. It's been a nice return to the track for him. A horse that went winless last year, Randy, but banked $124,000. Nice colt. Deserved to get a win under his belt. Wouldn't you know? It came at first asking this year.
Yeah, I think that if we were talking earlier about horses that could be second to this guy, this could be one of them. He's got the speed. He's got the ability. I mean, he really does. He looked good in that win. Really did. But, do I see him beating the other horse? No, but I do see him, being, in amongst them.
Yeah. Borderline Mobby, he had a really similar profile to No Wait List last year. He did notch a single win, made almost $100,000. Looks to me, though, like he's an even better 3-year-old so far.
Yeah, I think he was too fast for his own good last year. I think that it actually hurt him just because, the speed that he was bringing. But to me, between the 2 and the 3 are right now, I would say they're second best to Mr. Jangles.
Yeah. If you took Bo out of the picture last year, a colt like Windor would have had to be in the conversation as the best or certainly one of the top 2 or 3 in the OSS program.
And had the ability, Greg, just to get himself to where he needed to be and had big movement on the end of it. Just a real handy, nice racehorse.
Yep. I like the late pop we saw from this guy last time. Redland Rocketman, second start of the season in that final. I mean, he's beaten 10 lengths, but the rest of them were well in the rearview mirror of Bo Jangles. And he kicked home in 27 seconds and was very live at the end of the mile.
Really fast colt on the end of it. No doubt about that.
other John Pentland pupil here, who let the dogs out. An improving son of Bulldog Hanover, too. Still looking, though, to step up to another level. Till the Cows come home, number 6 in the field. He did a lot of the chasing last year, but despite that, compiled an excellent 2-year-old record. Little bit of a struggle so far this season, and especially in the final there, where he was the pocket sitter, if you want to call it that. And that's a tough spot to be sometimes when you're facing a horse like Bojangles.
I think it stung him a little when he moved him out and that other horse paced away from him. I think it stung him a little, but last year he was second best.
Getting a look there at Mega Moves as well, the Dance and Lou horse, who did get some money in that SBO final last time out for Beaton and Tyler Borth. And there he is, Bojangles. Chad Rosema, I'm sure it never gets old to call a horse like this fun to be describing the ride here in 2026 for this guy.
Yeah, for all of us, it's fun, and just everybody that tunes in here to see him on track. It's what we love to rally around in all kinds of sports, but happy we've got him right here. He's our local star, and here's his latest test. It's Bojangles against his gold rivals. They're all lined up for the 7th. And there they go. They're off in pacing in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Bojangles on the outside, sizing up a couple of early levers. No waitlist, quick from the rail. With Till the Cows Come Home, ducking down into the pocket. Bojangles is going to settle third for now in front of Borderline Mobby. Then it's Windor. Wide to the opening turn, Redland Rocket Man. He's going to be able to drop back for a seat now in front of Who Let the Dogs Out. And Mega Moves trails early. So single file with no wait list. On top early, 25-4 opening split. Till the Cows Come Home in second as they straighten up into the backstretch. All eyes on Bojangles from third and what McClure will do. Borderline Mobby follows the big favorite fourth, and it's Windor, and they're on the move. Bojangles at a third, just past 3/8, and he'll get his pedal pushed here in the backstretch, and Bojangles sprinting ahead. And within a few strides, Bojangles takes over from no wait list, who's now in the pocket. Till the Cows Come Home third. Halfway home in 55-3. Borderline Mobby fourth, 2 more to Windor fifth, and Redland Rocket Man, Who Let the Dogs Out, in Mega Moves. Single file with Bojangles leading a length, heading to 5/8 on no wait list. Borderline Mobby on the move. First up, second over Windor, inside locked up Till the Cows Come Home. Third over's Redland Rocket Man, saving ground inside. That's Who Let the Dogs Out. 2 more to Mega Moves, the trailer. Bojangles and McClure to 3/4 now in 124-3. And off of this final turn, Bojangles by 2. No wait list. In behind him chasing. Till the Cows Come Home looking for room. Then Borderline Mobby. Bojangles. McClure just speaks to him a bit, and he starts to dance away in the rain. It's Bojangles pulling away from his rivals. He's flawless through 15 on to the Pepsi North American Cup. It's Bojangles in the gold in 150-3, absolutely wrapped up in the end. Seventh race unofficial. Your winner, number 8, Bojangles. Second one, no wait list. Third, 6, Till the Cows Come Home. Fourth, number 2, Borderline Mobby, 8162. And here is the undefeated Bo Jangles back to the Winback Farms winner's circle after capturing his first Ontario Osiris Stakes Gold of the 2026 season. Bo Jangles, the Superstar Thrill Baked by Cattle Wash, is out of the Art Major and Mrs. Major Hill. Bred by Terra Hill Stud Limited. He's owned by Graham Gray Stables, Kiwi Stables, and Bolton Stables. Trained to victory by Dr. Ian Moore. Driven to victory by Bob McClure. Bo Jangles, perfect through 15 career starts, 3 for 3 this year. Easily wins in the off-going at 150-3. Bo Jangles will take his perfect record onto the Pepsi North America Cup eliminations 2 weeks from tonight. Race 7 is official. Number 8, Bo Jangles. Again, just win wagering. No place or show, so $2.10 to win on him. The $2 exacta, $29.80. $1 trifecta, $86.35. The $1 super, $388.20. $2 double, $280. $1 pick 3, $280. 28,000 plus, still live in that mid pick 5. $752.42 in the pick 6. As we move on to race 8 next, that will kick off tonight's late pick 5. Likely to get some post-race reaction here. Greg Blanchard will be catching up with some of the connections. Bo Jangles, perfect through 15 starts.
We've got the winning connections here in the paddock. We're getting out of the elements. Doc Moore and winning driver Bob McClure. Joking before we came on camera, the 26-second final quarter, you said, yeah, of course, that was wind-assisted in jest. But again, just how impressive and how good did he feel?
Amazing. You know, he was so nice and relaxed. And, you know, he gets to the front, he just coasts around. You know, he went 29 change in the third quarter, and then 7/8 pole. I shook a line at him in 26 flat, and you know, wind assisted or not, the track's not nice, and you know, it's just how easy he does those things. You know, it's to the point. It's not the time he's going or what he's doing. It's just how easy it's coming to him. So I couldn't have been happier with how he was tonight.
And like humans, you know, not all horses like to be out in the elements like this, but looked like that was no issue for him whatsoever.
No issue at all. I mean, a class horse like him, there's not much you can throw at him. He's not going to take.
For you, do you feel like he's right on track where you want him to be at this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he hasn't been exerted or tested, and you know, I think he's coming into some pretty heavy races, as sharp as you could possibly have him.
All right, maybe helping you toward another Lampman Cup title. Yeah. Good luck with him over this next few weeks.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring Doc Moore in here, and Bob said, you know, he feels he's right on track. I'm sure you kind of map things out. We're going to let these folks go right on through, folks. We've got horses coming to warm up here. We're calling an audible, but yeah, from your perspective, could you be any happier, you know, with the plan you've mapped out and where he's at?
No, so far so good, although I thought we waited long enough in Florida for the winter meet to end, but apparently not. Hopefully it'll end here soon. That's a miserable night, I'll tell you. So, and you're talking about Bo. and the weather. Well, when I went out to warm up, he kind of looked around and said, I don't know about this one. So, but he got his job done, that's for sure.
So having said that, this is really another test for him, and you had to be happy with the way he performed.
Yeah, for sure. The track is in very good shape. The boys have done a very good job here tonight, considering everything that happened. I was just warming up before that race, and it wasn't raining. Then we went to take the horse out. It was pouring again, so, and it's a cold, cold rain too. So we're very pleased. He's going to have 4 or 5 days off now, if you're probably going to ask me, and prep him for the NA Cup of Limbs now.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. You know, what do things look like from here? So, and maybe just talk about his routine. You know, you've got a barn full of stakes caliber horses. Does he get any special treatment, or is he just kind of another horse that you look after the same way?
Well, I like to say no, he doesn't get any special treatment. You know that's probably not true. Of course he gets special treatment, I guess, and he's always the first one on the track. He's always the first one turned out, all that sort of thing. So, yeah, we try to take very good care of him. Riley Noble, his groom, is doing an excellent job with him, and everybody else in the barn is proud of him and appreciates it as well, so they all chip in and help.
Maybe you mentioned Riley. One more quick question. You know, the importance of a caretaker and their role in keeping a horse like this healthy and happy and on pace for the big races you want to go after.
Well, about 50, 60 years ago, I did it myself. And back then it used to be, if you had a good horse like him, you'd be on the road with him every week, traveling from track to track. I did that when I was 14. So I do understand how important it is to keep a horse happy, and everything that we can do to keep that horse happy, from windows open or whatever it may be, we try to do all that for him for sure, as well as the rest of them in the barn.
Another ultra impressive effort. Good luck the next few weeks.
Thanks very much. We're looking forward to it.
All right, Bojangles remains undefeated and tonight captures the OSS Gold.
Against his gold rivals, they're all lined up for the 7th. And there they go. They're off in pacing in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Bojangles on the outside, sizing up a couple of early levers. No waitlist, quick from the rail. With Till the Cows Come Home, ducking down into the pocket. Bojangles is going to settle third for now in front of Borderline Mobby. Then it's Windor. Wide to the opening turn, Redland Rocket Man. He's going to be able to drop back for a seat now in front of Who Let the Dogs Out. And Mega Moves trails early. So single file with no wait list. On top early, 25-4 opening split. Till the Cows Come Home in second as they straighten up into the backstretch. All eyes on Bojangles from third and what McClure will do. Borderline Mobby follows the big favorite fourth, and it's Windor, and they're on the move. Bojangles at a third, just past 3/8, and he'll get his pedal pushed here in the backstretch, and Bojangles sprinting ahead. And within a few strides, Bojangles takes over from No Wait List, who's now in the pocket. Till the Cows Come Home third, halfway home in 55-3. Borderline Mobby fourth, 2 more to Windor fifth, and Redland Rocket Man, Who Let the Dogs Out, and Mega Moves. Single file with Bojangles leading a length, heading to 5/8 on No Wait List. Borderline Mobby on the move, first up, second over Windor, inside locked up Till the Cows Come Home. Third over's Redland Rocket Man, saving ground inside. That's Who Let the Dogs Out, 2 more to Mega Moves, the trailer. Bojangles and McClure to 3/4 now in 124-3. And off of this final turn, Bojangles by 2. No Wait List in behind them chasing. Till the Cows Come Home looking for room. Then Borderline Mobby. Bojangles. McClure just speaks to him a bit, and he starts to dance away in the rain. It's Bojangles pulling away from his rivals. He's flawless through 15 on to the Pepsi North American Cup. It's Bojangles in the gold in 150-3, absolutely wrapped up in the end. Race 7 finish order from the top down. 2, 4, 6, 7, 5, 3, 8, and 1 on the bottom. Up next, race 8, starting our late pick 5. Scratch the 9 Rapasso, judges scratch, post time in 7 minutes. Field for the 8th race on parade. 1, Poppy's Pistol, driven by Louis Waz, trained by Rob Fellows, Shannon DePinto, Chris Arvanitis, Brad Shackman, and Robert Horwitz own. 2 is Remember the Alamo, Tyler Borth in the bike. Ben Bergeron trains and owns with Santo and Nunzio Venna along with Frank Cirillo. Ed Hensley driving 3, Pacino Hanover. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, Ron, and Travis Cullen. The 4, Write Me a Rose, Mark McDonald in the bike. Kyle Fellows for Windermere Stable. Number 5, Crackshot, Doug McNair at the lines. Greg McNair trains and owns with Dale Hunter, Frank Brundle, and George Kerr. The 6, Major Perry, driven by Billy Davis, is trained by Jacques Dupont for Écurie CSL. Travis Cullen drives the 7, Dublin Dasher. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, the A1 Stable, and Grace Marshman. Number 8, Poseidon Sealster, Bob McClure aboard. Don Lindsay trains and owns with Paul Kleinpace, Will Olimpievich, and Garth Bechtel. Scratch the 9. The 10 is Rochester Flash. Trevor Henry drives your trainer Gary Murner. Ray Lasky and Andrew Harris, the owners. That's your field for tonight's 8th race. We kick off our late pick 5 next in 4 minutes.
So here we are, Greg. We're on to race number 8, and I'm going to ask you for a change. Everybody usually asks me, and I'm sure that there has been a few people ask you so far, but I'm going to ask you anyway there. Give me the Greg Blanchard reaction on Bojangles.
Okay. In jest. Yeah, for sure. Incredible.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. He's we're running out of superlatives, and but it's fun, right?
Yeah.
We've been fortunate enough. You and I go back to the younger days. Now, I didn't ever get to see these horses in person, but like Niatros was,
I did.
Larger than life. I got to see him on TV a couple of times. Got to see him later in later years as a stallion in New Jersey. And what a big thrill to see him in person. And, then fast forward to Some Beach. It was kind of the generational horse, and, fortunate enough to be here and cover him in person, and now Bojangles, and, Bulldog Hanover a few years ago, in his 4-year-old year, kind of had that same appeal. Sand Pail back, when he was doing his thing. So it's fun, yeah. When you get a horse like this, I think the whole industry can rally behind it. And we talked about, the Indiana horse. That's maybe the last
stepping
hill to conquer. Yeah. And they're probably looking at it the same way, right? Thinking, we've got an awfully nice colt here, and all the talk is north of the border on Bojangles. And, I'd love to hear their take on it, whether they think they can, tackle him at some point. And that's what the sport's all about.
Absolutely, 100%. And if we didn't get stoked up by a horse like, a Bojangles or a Some Beach somewhere, then why do it? This is the absolute thing that we all look for. And what I like about a Bojangles or a Some Beach somewhere is it gives guys like you and me hope, because they weren't out of reach as babies. You know what I mean? They were viable babies, not 400,000 or 300,000. We could have been a part owner of those horses.
That's a harness, I think, a harness racing thing. Maybe a little more so than the thoroughbreds. I mean, you hear those Cinderella stories from time to time on the thoroughbred side, but there's more of them on the harness side. And it's good to see, right? It gives everybody that hope. So, so far, Operation Pepsi North America Cup complete for Bojangles, and next stop will be those eliminations. Chad, maybe a quick thought from your perspective on how he looked tonight.
I mean, it's Bojangles. He's just been such a pleasure to watch, and I got to be careful to stay in the race and call it, and not get too much of just a fan sitting back and enjoying it. But he's been such a pleasure, and can't wait till the next outing. We'll have to wait 2 weeks for the Pepsi North America Cup eliminations. Still plenty of action to come on this Saturday 12-pack. We're set to kick off tonight's late pick 5. Here they come for the 8th. And away they go. They're off in pacing a Poseidon Sealster. Has a sharp start from the outside. He's sprinting along with Dublin Dasher. Cullen chases out of there. And then in behind that pair, remember the Alamo and Write Me a Rose. From the pole position, Poppy's Pistol will get fifth. Crack shot a little wide into the opening turn to the inside, Pacino Hanover. Then we go back to Major Perry. Trailing early, Rochester Flash as Poseidon Sealster sets up shop on the lead. Length and a quarter in front of Dublin Dasher after a 25-4 opening panel. Remember the Alamo, third, Write Me a Rose, fourth. Poppy's Pistols, the fifth one. Followed sixth by Pacino Hanover. In seventh, it's Major Perry, then Rochester Flash. And Crackshot and McNair had to backpedal all the way to last. 3/8 complete. Poseidon Sealster leads. Dublin Dasher is closest pursuer. Remember the Alamo's third, Write Me a Rose fourth, then Poppy's Pistol still fifth with Pacino Hanover following him. No movement yet, 55-3 to the half. Major Perry continued to be tracked by Rochester Flash, another couple to Crack Shot. Poseidon Sealster length in front of Dublin Dashers, now a length and a half clear of Remember the Alamo. Write Me a Rose on the move at a fourth. Poppy's Pistol swings to the outside to catch up to cover. Behind him is Pacino Hanover inside. Major Perry, then Rochester Flash and Crack Shot. 3/4. Poseidon Sealster will get them there next with Write Me a Rose. Now attacking outside second. Poseidon Sealster in 124-1. Trying to hold on the lead. McClure starts to go to work. Write Me a Rose, though, takes over outside. Dublin Dasher chasing along the inside. Now shaking loose. Remember the Alamo with some late pace. Wide of that one, Poppy's Pistol. Write Me a Rose with the lead. Here's Remember the Alamo. Poppy's Pistol closing as well. Remember the Alamo between. Write Me a Rose on the inside. Write Me a Rose or outside, Remember the Alamo. It's Remember the Alamo up in time in 150-4 at 5-2. Remember the Alamo takes the eighth. Two, 4-1-7 unofficial. Winner of the eighth back in front of us. Number 2, Remember the Alamo. Appears to be back in top form. The 5-year-old bay horse by Captain Treacherous out of the American Ideal Amaraway, only trained by Ben Bergeon. Co-owned by Santo Annunzio Venna and Frank Cirillo. Tyler Borth with his second driving win of the night. Remember the Alamo. Back-to-back, now 2 for 8 this year. 16th career score, 150-4 for Remember the Alamo. Race 8 payouts. Number 2, Remember the Alamo, 710, 360, 270. Second 4, Write Me a Rose, 840, 490. Third 1, Poppy's Pistol, 550. $2 Exacta, 56.40. The $1 Try, 131.20. $1 Super, 968.95. $2 Double, 670. $1 Pick 3, 630. 36,000 plus wagered in the late pick 5, just under 9,300 moving on. Still more than 7,400 in the mid pick 5. And 213.52 remains in the pick 6 going to the final leg. Saturday 12-pack. We're set to kick off tonight's late pick 5. Here they come for the 8th. And away they go. They're off in pacing a Poseidon Sealster. Has a sharp start from the outside. He's sprinting along with Dublin Dasher. Cullen chases out of there. And then in behind that pair, Remember the Alamo and Write Me a Rose. From the pole position, Poppy's Pistol will get 5th. Crack shot a little wide into the opening turn to the inside, Pacino Hanover. Then we go back to Major Perry. Trailing early, Rochester Flash as Poseidon Sealster sets up shop on the lead. Length and a quarter in front of Dublin Dasher after a 25-4 opening panel. Remember the Alamo, 3rd, Write Me a Rose, 4th. Poppy's Pistols, the 5th one. Followed 6th by Pacino Hanover. In 7th, it's Major Perry, then Rochester Flash. And Crackshot and McNair had to backpedal all the way to last. 3/8 complete. Poseidon Sealster leads. Dublin Dasher is closest pursuer. Remember the Alamo's 3rd, Write Me a Rose 4th, then Poppy's Pistol still 5th with Pacino Hanover following him. No movement yet, 55-3 to the half. Major Perry continued to be tracked by Rochester Flash, another couple to Crack Shot. Poseidon Sealster length in front of Dublin Dashers, now a length and a half clear of Remember the Alamo. Write Me a Rose on the move at a 4th. Poppy's Pistol swings to the outside to catch up to cover. Behind him is Pacino Hanover inside Major Perry, then Rochester Flash and Crack Shot. 3/4. Poseidon Sealster will get them there next with Write Me a Rose. Now attacking outside 2nd. Poseidon Sealster in 124-1. Trying to hold on the lead. McClure starts to go to work. Write Me a Rose, though, takes over outside. Dublin Dasher chasing along the inside. Now shaking loose. Remember the Alamo with some late pace. Wide of that one, Poppy's Pistol. Write Me a Rose with the lead. Here's Remember the Alamo. Poppy's Pistol closing as well. Remember the Alamo between. Write Me a Rose on the inside. Write Me a Rose or outside Remember the Alamo. It's Remember the Alamo up in time in 150-4 at 5-2. Remember the Alamo takes the 8th. Here's the finish order from tonight's 8th race. From the top, it's 3-1-6, 2-9-5, 4-8 scratch, 7 on the bottom. Race number 9 up next. Opening leg of the OSS Gold for the Thrill Pacing Fillies, 2nd division of the night. Start of the late pick 4. There's no changes. We do have some information we are in search of in race number 10. Doug McNair will not be here to drive 4, setting a precedent in race 10. So at this point, driver to be announced. Post time for the 9th in 12 minutes. Driver secured now in race number 10 on 4, setting a precedent. The driver will be Trevor Henry. Trevor Henry will now drive 4, setting a precedent in race 10. We're about 8 away from the 9th. Thrill Pacing fillies on parade for the 9th. Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Number 1 is Naughty Delight. James McDonald drives. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer and Timothy Hayes. 2 is TH Check Me Out. Tyler Borth at the controls. Blake McIntosh trains and owns with Ozzie McKay, Gilles Andre, and James Januzzi. Number 3, Pownell Bay Bobby. Mark McDonald in the bike. Kyle Fellows trains. Owners are Yolanda Fellows along with Erna and Blair Corbeil. PNG Shadow 4, driven by Louis Waugh. Dr. Ian Moore trains and owns with RG McGroup Limited and Serge Savard. Number 5, Jen Tilly. Bob McClure drives. Scott McEnany training for Burke Racing Stable. Frank Baldacchino, Weaver Buscemi, and Larry Carr. And the 6, Dea gets Jody Jameson. Jack Darling trains for his Jack Darling Stables Limited. That's your group for race number 9, second division, opening round of the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold for the Thrill Pacing fillies. It kicks off tonight's late pick 4 next, post time in 4 minutes.
Our second $90,000 OSS Gold Division for 3-year-old filly Pacers comes up in just under 3 minutes from now. Field of 6. We've got a heavy favorite out in post 4, but we're first of all going to look at third choice early on. It's number 1, Naughty Delight from the Anthony Beaton barn. 3 starts in, just found the going a little bit tough in the SBOA eliminations and final. Slow starts plagued her there, Randy. But individually, performed pretty well. I think could be more of a factor here tonight.
I agree. Like, she's got 26 on the end of it consistently. So, I mean, the speed is there. But, when she came back off those 2 qualifiers, her very first start, 10 hole. So what's he going to do there? Then her next start, 8 hole, but in the SBOA elimination, And then all of a sudden in the final, he gets the 7 hole. Now all of a sudden he's got the rail. And I'm not 100% sure if the rail's any better than the 10 hole. Sometimes here, it can back into you pretty good. So I still don't think the post position gods are being kind to Naughty Delight, and I won't be using her in here tonight, but I agree with you. She does have ability.
And, what's interesting, too, is that the inside 3 here had the outside posts in the SBOA final, or 3 of the outside posts, including this one, number 2, TH Check Me Out. This is a really talented daughter of Cattle Wash. She was compromised, though her chances compromised with post 9 last time. Did what she could do. Again, another one that's going to get a big benefit in post position here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 28-1 on her. She's being way overlooked right now. This is one of the top ones, and she was one of the top ones last year. She's already come back with a nice win. Blake's horse just finished second, no wait list to Bojangles. His barn's racing really, really good right now. I think the 29-1 is way, way too high of a price on this one here. I got her in for 4th.
All right, and you've given this one some consideration. Pownell Bay Bobby, 19-1.
Looks really good out on the in the post parade. Really nice presentation with this one.
So moving up to the gate, your top choice. There she is at 1-5, PNG Shadow. Looking to give Dr. Ian Moore a second gold victory tonight. Next door to her, Jen Tilley. She had a 2-race win streak snapped last time in the SBOA elimination. Might be able to bounce back in here. And Dea looks for a bounce back. She was 5th, but kind of raced evenly in that SBOA final, I thought. Eligible to step up and get back into the win column here as we go upstairs again to Chad with the call.
All right, thanks, guys. Another group of a half dozen thrill pacing fillies in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. $90,000 up for grabs and some early season points. PNG Shadow raced great. Got a clean deal in the latest. It's heavily favored at 1-5. Day at 3-1. Might take some late support. They're lined up. Picking up speed here. They come to a start. Gapped at the rail, Naughty Delight. And Naughty Delight into a break. Away they go. They're off in pacing, and McClure asking Jen Tilley to stride out ahead of her rivals. Leaving inside is Pownell Bay Bobby. That pair will battle to the opening turn. Then in behind them, they're 2 wide. TH Check Me Out and PNG Shadow, then Dea, and further back, resetting after the early miscues, Naughty Delight. Pownell Bay Bobby leads the way in front of Jen Tilley, who pockets up. TH Check Me Out is 3rd. PNG Shadow 4th. Not taking a seat, though. She'll continue on for Wafter, a 26-second opening quarter. Dea is 5th, and another 15 or so to Naughty Delight. In the backstretch, heading up to 3/8 with Pownell Bay Bobby and Mark McDonald on top just over length. PNG Shadow parked and pressing outside 2nd now. In behind the leader 3rd is Jen Tilley. TH Check Me Out follows next 4th. Then it's Dea 5th and Naughty Delight. Pownell Bay Bobby down to the half in 55-1. PNG Shadow on the outside, still 2nd. Then Jen Tilley. TH Check Me Out Dea and Naughty Delight. 3/8 of a mile to go for long shot leader Pownell Bay Bobby in the gold. Still shows the way a length. PNG Shadow. Long night for her on the outside. Jen Tilley appears primed for an effort if she can find some room as they head to the final turn. And Jamieson gets on the move now wide with Dea. And here she comes on the final turn. 1:24 and 2 3/4. Jen Tilley able to slip off of the pylons. And she's out of the 2-hole. Pownell Bay Bobby with the lead. Jen Tilley up on the outside. Up the inside. TH Check Me Out. And wide is Dea closing in the center of the track. Jen Tilley and Dea Daya along with TH Check Me Out. Gentili, Daya on the outside, getting the advantage late. And Daya is going to go on and draw clear late. It's Daya in the first gold by a length and a half over Gentili. Second, TH Check Me Out. And Pelno Bay Bobby, 152-4 for Daya. Ninth race unofficial, 6-5, 2-3. Winner 6, Daya in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold. Ninth race, winner number 6, Daya. Coming back to the Winback Farms winner's circle after capturing her first Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Test of the season. Daya, a 3-year-old bay filly by Bulldog Hanover, is from the Sun Beach Somewhere Dam, Beach of a Time. It's winning homebred for owner Jack Darling Stables Limited. Jack's the winning trainer, Jody Jamieson the winning driver. Daya with her first of the year in her third attempt. Sixth career score, 152-4. In the off-going, Daya goes over $500,000 in career earnings with this OSS Gold win. Number 6, Daya, returning 450, 240, 250. Second 5, Gentili, 490 and 480. Third 2, TH Check Me Out, 940. $2 exacta, $15.60 try, $49.60. $1 super, 240, 230. $2 double pays $13. $1 pick 3, $840. $1 winning pick 6 tonight, $125.85. 11,500 moving on in live money of the late pick 4 pool that attracted more than 31,000. The mid pick 5 still more than 3,500, and the late pick 5 just under 4,300.
Here with winning driver Jody Jamieson. I'm going to give you just a little bit of distance here, Jody. Nice bounce back win for Dea. Like you said, a good effort from her last week, but was she even, that much better tonight?
Well, yeah, last week, it was her second start. I really thought we were in a good spot, and she was just a little bit flat. She's a bulldog. We followed her last week, and, she wasn't quite as good last week, and she bounced back today. So the third start of her season, she's a champion mare. So I expected her to be really good. I didn't know how the race was going to go. I thought maybe I would go up front or maybe sit in a two-hole. As it turned out, there was lots of action, lots of pace going on. So she's never really got tired in her life. She's just a matter of me putting her in the right spot so that she can have a full run. So we started with the 5/8 pole and kept her going for the last 3/8 pretty good, and she just cruised under the line, and just really happy with the result of her now finally third start, getting a win.
And to do it from off the pace tonight, nice to see, again, the versatility on display. What would you say is her preferred trip scenario if you can work it out?
Really, I think if I can get her moving soon enough, like without, she's maybe not a great sprinter. I wouldn't say she's not a great sprinter, but maybe she's not the greatest sprinter in the world, but she's got staying power. So if I can get her moving earlier than normal and maybe than anybody else, I think she'll stay a lot longer than other mares.
And a guy that sat behind Bulldog Hanover so many times in his career. Any similarities you notice at all with her and him?
Well, I think it's the staying power. He could carry high speed 4 or 5 quarters if he had to. So, she's not quite there yet, but she's damn close.
Congratulations. It looks like you're going to have another fun season with her.
Yeah, I can't wait. Thanks.
All right. Jody Jamieson, let him get back into action here, and that's going to wrap up our gold action for tonight. Dea taking the second division for the Philly Pacers.
Some late support. They're lined up. Picking up speed here. They come to a start. Gapped at the rail, Naughty Delight. And Naughty Delight into a break. Away they go. They're off in pacing. And McClure asking Jen Tilley to stride out ahead of her rivals. Leaving inside is Pauno Bay Bobby. That pair will battle to the opening turn. Then in behind them, they're too wide. TH Check Me Out and PNG Shadow. Then Dea, and further back, resetting after the early miscues, Naughty Delight. Pauno Bay Bobby leads the way in front of Jen Tilley, who pockets up. TH Check Me Out is third. PNG Shadow fourth. Not taking a seat, though. She'll continue on for Wafter, a 26-second opening quarter. Dea is fifth, and another 15 or so to Naughty Delight. In the backstretch, heading up to 3/8 with Pauno Bay Bobby and Mark McDonald on top just over length. PNG Shadow parked and pressing outside second now. In behind the leader third is Jen Tilley. TH Check Me Out follows next fourth. Then it's Dea fifth and Naughty Delight. Pauno Bay Bobby down to the half in 55-1. PNG Shadow on the outside still second. Then Jen Tilley. TH Check Me Out Dea and Naughty Delight. 3/8 of a mile to go for long shot leader Pauno Bay Bobby in the gold. Still shows the way a length. PNG Shadow. Long night for her on the outside. Jen Tilley appears primed for an effort if she can find some room as they head to the final turn. And Jamieson gets on the move now wide with Dea. And here she comes on the final turn. 1:24 and 2 3/4. Jen Tilley able to slip off of the pylons. And she's out of the two-hole. Pauno Bay Bobby with the lead. Jen Tilley up on the outside. Up the inside. TH Check Me Out. And wide is Dea closing in the center of the track. Jen Tilley and Dea along with TH Check Me Out. Jen Tilley, Dea on the outside, getting the advantage late. And Dea is going to go on and draw clear late. It's Dea in the first gold by a length and a half over Jen Tilley. Second, TH Check Me Out. And Pauno Bay Bobby 152-4 for Dea. Ninth race, finish order. Top down, 6-3, 4, 5-2, 1 on the bottom. Race number 10 up next for setting a precedent. Driver now Trevor Henry, post time in 13 minutes. 10th race field on Post Parade. Number 1 is Forever After All. James McDonald in the seat. Murray Brother trains for Brian. Stephen Scott. Here's number 2, Wicked and Single. Mark McDonald at the controls. Tony Beaton trains for Lisa LaFleur and David Mercer. Santa Fe's Appetite, the 3. Travis Cullen drives for the A1 stable. Jody Cullen trains. Trevor Henry catch drives 4, setting a precedent. Amanda Riley trains for Martin Kipfer. Number 5, Stag Royal. Tyler Borth in the bike for owner-trainer Ken Skinner. Number 6 is CC Rockin' Rosie. Louis Waugh in the sulky. Gary Murner trains. Owners are Stephen McDonald and Tommy Collins. Ed Hensley driving 7, Tornado Rain for Ashley Hensley. Ed and Ashley the owners. Madrid the 8, Jonathan Drury aboard. Carmen Osiello for Osiello Stables. Carmen Osiello also training 9, Kalina Diamond for Dan Serafian. J.R. Plump between the wheels. And a start on the outside, post 10, Winston Charlotte. Bob McClure, the driver. Gary Murner, the trainer. Owners are a numbered company, Alberta Incorporated, Robert Frank, Doug Dunbar, and Larry DeLellis. That is your field, race number 10, starting our final pick 3 of the night, post time in about 4.
Race number 10, out on the track, fillies and mares, non-winners of $2,500. Not going to be the start of anything. We're whittling this night down. There's only 3 races left on the night. So if you are looking to play a multi, there is a pick 3 available here in race 10, 11, and 12. That's the 4 horse on your screen. That's setting a precedent. Trevor Henry going to be picking up the drive on this Amanda Riley trainee. I got this one in for 3rd. I think her form is really, really good right now, and she's got a much better post position to work with. The 7-hole last week wasn't too bad. She was able to almost bookend it, 27-1 out, 27-3 on the end of it. But the week before, when she had the 10-hole and had to leave 26 and change, I think it was just a bit too much for her. So with the 4-hole in here tonight and more or less coming right back to the same class again, I like her in here. And right now she's at 6-1. The 5-horse Stag Royal, I put her up on top last week, and boy, did she ever give me a thrill halfway down the lane at 23-1. Almost gets the job done on Western Wish, and she's taken a lot more support here tonight at 4-1. So I threw her back in for 4th. I love the way that she raced last week. I just don't know if tonight isn't a little bit tougher of a class than what she had to face last week there, but really, really looked good for Ken Skinner last week. The 6-horse CC Rockin' Rosie is going to be my top pick in here. I had her on top 2 starts ago from the 9-hole, just praying that Louis was going to race her from off, but he elected to go out of there with her, and I just find that anytime they leave with her there's just no finish. But yet, if they don't leave with her, there's all kinds of finish, and that's what he did the next week from the 4-hole. Just took her back and let her pace into the race, and she was absolutely huge. So hoping that he's going to come right back and race her the same way in here tonight. But she looks good out there. CC Rockin' Rosie at even money. Tornado Rain, won't be using this one in here tonight for Team Hensley. The 8-horse Madrid, I will be using this one. I got this one in for 2nd. She's racing really, really good in the Osiello stable. And I think that Jonathan does a good job with her. He knows just exactly when to ask her. And, her presentation, in the last probably 2 months, just look at that now, the head swinging and that. That's not a horse that is doing anything but having a good time out there. And you can see her, like she is just really alert and having a great, great time out on the track. So even with the 8-hole, I do think that she's more than playable in here, and she will be my 2nd pick. So my numbers in race number 10, 6, 8, 4, and 5. And we'll be back to talk to you before race number 11. Unless, does a certain Chad Rosema have his ears on up there? I'd like to get his quick thoughts on, the Bojangles thing. I know we asked you a little bit earlier, but, you've kind of had time to decompress, mull it over. What's your thoughts?
Well, it doesn't really change. It just impresses me every time. It's funny because we expect it, yet when he goes and does it, we're still impressed.
Yeah,
know what I mean?
you know something I noticed tonight, and maybe take a look when you get home, or maybe the people out there too. I never really noticed anything really different about him than anybody else, but tonight I think he's got oversized nostrils. I really truly think his nostrils are bigger than other horses.
Okay. All right, there we go. Learning even more about Mr. Bojangles. He was an easy winner earlier. If you happen to miss it for some reason, he's now 15 for 15 through his career, and we'll see him in a couple of weeks in the Pepsi North America Cup eliminations. A couple more to go here on this Saturday program. Race 10 to start the final pick 3. We've got the fillies and mares all lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're often pacing. And from the inside, setting a precedent, along with Stag Royal, Forever After All, and from the outside, Kalina Diamond, put into play by Plant. Wicked and Single gets away 5th with Madrid. Crossing over along the pylons, now 6th in front of Santa Fe's Appetite. Then it's CC Rockin' Rosie. Hensley's next to last with Tornado Rain, and Winsun Charlotte trails. The Parked Out Kalina Diamond driving on after setting a precedent, who will release 27-1 the opening quarter, and Kalina Diamond takes over, setting a precedent second, 2 in front of Stag Royal third. Forever After All 4th, Wicked and Single follows 5th, Madrid the 6th one, and 7th it's Santa Fe's Appetite. Back in 8th we find CC Rockin' Rosie. Next to last continues to be Tornado Rain, and another 2 to a trailing Winsun Charlotte. Just about at the half now is long shot leader Kalina Diamond, setting a precedent in the 2-hole with Stag Royal following third. Outer flow begins with Madrid first up, now takes over 4th, 57 3.5. Santa Fe's Appetite latches onto the cover second over, third over from the back, CC Rockin' Rosie. Inside shuffle for Forever After All, Wicked and Single behind her. Tornado Rain starts up, and Winsun Charlotte's trailed throughout. Madrid ranging up on the outside, now pokes ahead in front of Kalina Diamond. Madrid and Kalina Diamond, the Osceola pupils, battle to 3/4 in 1:27. And as they come off of this last turn, Madrid now takes over for jury at 12-1. Kalina Diamond trying to battle back, setting a precedent along the inside, in behind Santa Fe's Appetite. In the center of the track, CC Rockin' Rosie continues to move forward for Wah. Here comes CC Rockin' Rosie after Madrid, Kalina Diamond, and setting a precedent. Stag Royal shaking loose late and closing for fourth. CC Rockin' Rosie or Stag Royal? CC Rockin' Rosie holds on by 3/4 of a length. Stag Royal second in 1:54. Unofficial 6-5-8-9. Number 6, CC Rockin' Rosie returns in front of us, winner of the 10th. Baymare, 4 years old by Rockin' Image, out of the Art Major Dam. Sur La Haise Tam is owned by Stephen McDonald, Tommy Collins. Gary Murner trains Louis Bois, the winning driver. Back-to-back for CC Rockin' Rosie, now 3 for 10 this year. 8th career score, off the pace in 154 as the heavy favorite. CC Rockin' Rosie returns $3, $220, $210. Second 5, Stag Royal, $383. Third 8, Madrid, $480. $2 exact, $8, $10 try, $28.15. $1 super, $330.20. $2 double, $5. Dollar pick, $311.55. $1 winning mid pick 5 ticket, $23.35. Just under 7,000, still going strong in the late pick 4. And the late pick 5, still more than 2,500 with 2 races to go. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're often pacing. And from the inside is setting a precedent, along with Stag Royal, Forever After All, and from the outside, Kalina Diamond, put into play by Plant. Wicked and Single gets away 5th with Madrid, crossing over along the pylons, now 6th in front of Santa Fe's Appetite. Then it's CC Rockin' Rosie. Hensley's next to last with Tornado Rain, and Winsun Charlotte trails. The parked out Kalina Diamond driving on after setting a precedent, who will release 27-1 the opening quarter, and Kalina Diamond takes over, setting a precedent 2nd, 2 in front of Stag Royal 3rd. Forever After All 4th, Wicked and Single follows 5th, Madrid the 6th one, and 7th it's Santa Fe's Appetite. Back in 8th we find CC Rockin' Rosie. Next to last continues to be Tornado Rain, and another 2 to a trailing Winsun Charlotte. Just about at the half now is long shot leader Kalina Diamond, setting a precedent in the 2-hole with Stag Royal following 3rd. Outer flow begins with Madrid first up, now takes over 4th, 57 3.5. Santa Fe's Appetite latches onto the cover 2nd over, 3rd over from the back, CC Rockin' Rosie. Inside shuffle for Forever After All, Wicked and Single behind her. Tornado Rain starts up and Winsun Charlotte's trailed throughout. Madrid ranging up on the outside, now pokes ahead in front of Kalina Diamond. Madrid and Kalina Diamond, the Osceola pupils, battled to 3/4 in 127. And as they come off of this last turn, Madrid now takes over for jury at 12-1. Kalina Diamond trying to battle back, setting a precedent along the inside, in behind Santa Fe's Appetite. In the center of the track, CC Rockin' Rosie continues to move forward for Wah. Here comes CC Rockin' Rosie after Madrid, Kalina Diamond, and setting a precedent. Stag Royal shaking loose late and closing for fourth. CC Rockin' Rosie or Stag Royal? CC Rockin' Rosie holds on by 3/4 of a length. Stag Royal 2nd in 154. Finish order from tonight's 10th race. Top down, 7, 10, 6, 5, 2, 1, 8, 3, 4, 9 on the bottom. Up next, race 11. No changes as we kick off our late double in 14 minutes. 11th race field on parade. Number 1, Starlet Miller Time. James McDonald for trainer Amanda Riley. Bryn Campbell owns. Bob McClure drives 2, Twinbee Courageous. Rod Hughes trains for Sarah Emery and Elaine Stock. Rod Hughes also sends out the 3, Scammer for owner Sarah Emery. In the bike, it's Tyler Jones. Number 4, Pac-Man Hanover, driven by Travis Collins, trained by Sean Stacy. For David McDonald, BC Ride-Called Stables, Stephen Downey and Diane Bertrand. Fire Control, the 5, driven by Travis Henrys, owned and trained by David Fry. Number 6 is Lions Frankie J. Scott Coulter aboard. Ken Oliver for 3 Lions Racing. Ty Tour, the 7. Tyler Borth drives for trainer Mike Horner. RAW Equine Incorporated and Mark Horner, the owners. Number 8 is 10 Carat Garrett. Mike Whalen in the seat. Jim Whalen trains and owns with a numbered company, Alberta Incorporated. And number 9, Stingray Deo. Gary Murner training for Gino Toscani. Mark McDonald does the driving. That's your field for tonight's 11th race. It's coming up in about 4 minutes.
Race number 11 on the track. 5-year-olds and younger, non-winners of 3 races. The 1 horse on your screen right now. This is a new horse in the Amanda Riley stable. This is Starlit Miller Time. This is a JK end of an era out of a Western Ideal mare. Only 1 win to speak of so far, but it was a good win in 53. Picked up almost 90,000 last year. So entering the Amanda Riley stable. And he's got the sparkles on, looking good out there, 7-2, picks up James McDonald, but I won't be using him in here tonight. Going to let him prove it to me. His last start down in Kentucky on May the 11th, and then had to ship up here. So I'm going to take a wait and see on the 1 horse. The 2 horse, Twinbee Courageous, is going to be my top pick in here. I think he's in a good situation coming back with Bobby McClure. Little bit light on the wins. 8 starts this year, no wins. 4 starts last year, the 1 win. But he is very, very fast. If, with the level of competition in this one, if Bobby can find him the right trip, I think he can fire pretty good on the end of it. Seems like 26 seconds is really nothing for this guy on the end of his miles. So the big thing is he just has to keep him close without overdoing it. And I think Bobby's a master at that. 3 horses, the other Hughes entry in here, Scammer, comes up with a really, really nice effort for Rod Hughes last week. First start with him and was able to get the job done in 52 at the price of about $70 winner on Scammer. Well, we'll not be getting 70 or 30 to 1 this week. He's down at 9 to 1 right now. I got him in for 4th. Looks good out on the track. 4 horse Pac-Man Hanover coming out of the Stacy stable. I think this guy's got a big upside to him as well. They just seem like they're kind of taking their time with him. This 4-year-old, he's only had the 1 win so far this year, but it was right when he started his first start back in the non-winners of 2. Now he's moved up to the non-winners of 3 and taken a little bit of an adjustment in here, but his last start was a really good one. 28 flat going out of there and then 26 and change on the end of it. Got him in for 3rd. Looks good out on the track. 5 horse Fire Control. I got him in for 2nd. That is your favorite right now. Just a horse that I think's been, every once in a while you can catch him on a right effort. He doesn't win a lot. 2 for 18 last year, 2 for 10 so far this year, but brings a lot of ability. And with the post position that he has this week, I think that Travis will get him more involved, but doesn't really, won't have to be as tough on him to get him involved. I'm not using the 6, the 7, the 8, or the 9 in here. So my numbers in race number 11, 2, 5, 4, and 3, and I'll be back to talk to you one more time before race number 12. Good luck in here.
Starter signals for the 11th race Pacers to take up their positions behind the gate. Group of 9 to kick off our late double. Slightly favored as they begin to line up. It's the newcomer to the circuit for Amanda Riley. Starlet Miller Time. James McDonald will drive. 5-2 in the center on 5 Fire Control. He's had a consistent year so far. 7 for 10 in the money. 7-2 on the 2 Twinbee Courageous. 1-2 the Rod Hughes sends out. 7-1 on 4 Pac-Man Hanover. It's post time for tonight's 11th race. Field now at the top of the stretch. Eleventh race field, picking up speed. And there they go. They're off and pacing. 10, Carrot Garrett. Tried initially to leave out of there, now pumps the brakes a bit as Pac-Man Hanover, along with Fire Control and Scammer, will be quicker. So outside in 4th, 10, Carrot Garrett, trying to get a seat in front of Twinbee Courageous, who's away 5th. Then it's Starlet Miller Time, 6th one, off stride. In behind the early leader went Scammer, and Scammer's down to the safety lane. They all got around him. Taking over 3rd, 10, Carrot Garrett as Fire Control forges ahead to the lead, 26-4 opening quarter. So it's Fire Control by a length and a half in front of Pac-Man Hanover, then 10, Carrot Garrett, Twinbee Courageous, Starlet Miller Time, Lions, Frankie J, Ty Tour, Stingray Deo, and trailing back on the track after the miscue, Scammer. It's Fire Control and Travis Henry at 9-5 on top, just over a length to Pac-Man Hanover. Another 2-10 Carrot Garrett. Twinbee Courageous is first up out of 4th. Wheels just spinning right now, though, as they go down to the half in 57-2. Starlet Miller Time will follow him. Now the cover starts to move forward up to 3rd. So 2nd over 5th for Starlet Miller Time. 3rd over from the back, Ty Tour. To the inside, Lions Frankie J, Stingray Deo, and Scammer. Fire Control leads a length. Pac-Man Hanover in behind him. Twinbee Courageous inching closer up on the outside, a length away. Starlet Miller Time towed into contention to the inside 5th. That's 10, Carrot Garrett. Then Ty Tour, another Ford, Alliance Frankie J. Stingray Dale outside of that one, and Scammer 125 and 3 3/4. Fire Control still the leader. Pac-Man Hanover tries the inside route. Twinbee Courageous in the center, a couple away between horses. 10, Carrot Garrett. Fire Control, though, now by a couple. And Fire Control, with less than a 16th to go, is going to wire his rivals. It's Fire Control by 2. 2nd, Twinbee Courageous. 10, Carrot Garrett 3rd, 152 and 4. Eleventh race unofficial, 5287. Eleventh race winner, 5 Fire Control back in front of us. The 4-year-old bay gunning by Control the Moments out of the Courage Under Fire Dam Future Fire. David Fry winning owner-trainer. Travis Henry in the bike for Fire Control's 3rd of the year in 11 tries. 5th lifetime score, 152 and 4 tonight as the 9-5 top choice. 11th race field picking up speed. And there they go. They're off and pacing. 10, Carrot Garrett. Tried initially to leave out of there, now pumps the brakes a bit as Pac-Man Hanover, along with Fire Control and Scammer, will be quicker. So outside in 4th, 10 Carrot Garrett trying to get a seat in front of Twin B Courageous, who's away 5th. Then it's Starlet Miller time, 6th one, off stride. In behind the early leader went Scammer, and Scammer's down to the safety lane. They all got around him. Taking over 3rd, 10 Carrot Garrett as Fire Control forges ahead to the lead, 26 and 4 opening quarter. So it's Fire Control by a length and a half in front of Pac-Man Hanover, then 10 Carrot Garrett, Twin B Courageous, Starlet Miller time, Lions Frankie J, Ty Tour, Stingray Deo, and trailing back on the track after the miscue, Scammer. It's Fire Control and Travis Henry at 9 to 5 on top, just over a length to Pac-Man Hanover. Another 2 to 10 Carrot Garrett. Twin B Courageous is first up out of 4th. Wheels just spinning right now, though, as they go down to the half in 57 and 2. Starlet Miller time will follow them. Now the cover starts to move forward up to 3rd. So 2nd over 5th for Starlet Miller time. 3rd over from the back, Ty Tour to the inside, Lions Frankie J, Stingray Deo, and Scammer. Fire Control leads a length. Pac-Man Hanover in behind him. Twin B Courageous inching closer up on the outside, a length away. Starlet Miller time towed into contention to the inside 5th. That's 10 Carrot Garrett. Then Ty Tour, another 4 to Lions Frankie J. Stingray Deo outside of that one, and Scammer 125 and 3 3/4. Fire Control still the leader. Pac-Man Hanover tries the inside route. Twin B Courageous in the center, a couple away between horses. 10 Carrot Garrett. Fire Control, though, now by a couple. And Fire Control, with less than a 16th to go, is going to wire his rivals. It's Fire Control by 2. 2nd, Twin B Courageous. 10 Carrot Garrett 3rd, 152 and 4. Here's where they all finished in tonight's 11th race. From the top, it reads 629, 518, 437 on the bottom. Saturday finale next, race 12, featuring the Jackpot High Five, carryover at nearly 45,000. Number 4, Jack Panic, goes flip-flops to aluminum up front. A couple of judges' scratches in here. Take out the 9 of Class Yankee and 10 Honolulu Vacation. Post time in 12 minutes.
We had a really soggy kind of a night tonight, but we had some good racing out there as well. And I just wanted to thank you guys all out there for joining us, staying with us tonight. And I hope you really enjoyed watching a couple of those real superstars in action. A clean deal, only been beaten once, this 3-year-old cattle wash filly coming from the Rob Fellow stable. Only been beaten once, and it wasn't going to be tonight. Really has come back strong as a 3-year-old. And then the incredible the undefeated Bojangles was also in town tonight and really, really looked good out there. So we had a real interesting night of racing in spite of the soggy rain and soggy track and the heavy rain downpours. But big shout out to the drivers too. Drivers and the track crew. Track crew's real important on these nights, and the drivers, they did the best they could. Not exactly easy to see out there sometimes, but they put on a good show for us. So big shout out to the track crew and the drivers. Way to go, you guys. So in race number 12, let's finish this night off. My top pick in here is going to be the 7-horse Soaring Now. I'm not going to use the 6-horse codename Cigar Box today. Could be a huge mistake on my part. He's taken pretty decent play at 5-2. He is your favorite. I just liked a couple of other ones in here a little bit better. Soaring Now, I think he's sitting on a big effort. They took him took him back last week. And it wasn't a clean trip. Took some interference at the head of the lane, and now Louis Waugh is going to come. He's going to jump aboard Soaring Now. But interesting, as you know, Daryl Thiessen now will be on JMR Speakaway, the horse that Louis Waugh has been driving. And I think that this guy was sneaky good on the end of it. I think it was an incredibly good effort that he put up for Boyd Wilson. So my picks in here, I'm going to go Soaring Now on to JMR Speakaway. JMR Speakaway right now at 9-1, and Soaring Now is at a juicy 5-1 on him. In for third, I got the 5-horse Arbitrage Hanover. You know, at this level, he's going to start to win. We usually see him at a much higher level than this. Billy hasn't been too tough on him in here, and I just think that he's sitting on a nice effort. So I got him in for third. In for fourth, Blue Hunt. Used him last week. I thought JD did a really good job getting this guy motivated out of the 8-hole. It just didn't seem like he really has that leaving want right now. But even if they race him from off the pace, he's got good wheels on the end of it. Eddie knows him well. Ed Hensley driving tonight. He knows him well. I'm going to throw him in for fourth. And in for fifth was going to be a Class Yankee, but with the support that Codename Cigar Box has taken, maybe that's the route that I should go. So race number 12, my number 7, 3, 5, and 1. Again, thanks a lot for joining us tonight. We'll be back to talk to you tomorrow. I think it's either 10 or 11 races on tomorrow. 10 races tomorrow, and we'll be back to talk to you then. Excuse me? And we have 3 golds as well tomorrow. So you might want to tune in tomorrow. We're going to have some good racing as well. And first post time will be 6:30. And if you want to tune into the pregame show, I think I'm solo tomorrow, and that'll start at 5:45. So best of luck is how you see race number 12. Again, thanks for the support tonight, and we'll be back to see you tomorrow. Best of luck in here.
Field for race 12 on Post Parade. Leading off is the one Blue Hunt. Ed Hensley drives for trainer Jody Cullen. Owners are Don McRae, Steve Klanowski, and To Get Racing. James McDonald, the driver of 2 Lamborghini Lou. Don Lindsay, the trainer. Don also owns with Paul Kleinpace, Will Alampievich, and Garth Bechtel. Number 3, JMR Speakaway, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is trained by Boyd Wilson for JMR Racing Incorporated and Harold Wilson. Here's the 4 Jack Panic. Carmen Osiello trains for Dan Serafian, and the bike, Travis Henry. Number 5, Arbitrage Hanover. Billy Davis drives. Kyle Fellows trains. Ken, Glenn, and Justin Hardy are the owners. Number 6, codename Cigar Box. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen. Paul Sanders, A1 stable, Ron Cullen own. Louis Waugh aboard 7, Soaring Now. Vic Putty trains for Hamac Farms Limited. Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. Uncle Shanks, the 8, with Trevor Henry driving. Jamie Copley trains and owns with Kimberly Eaton and Max Webster stable. Scratch the 9 and 10. That's your field for the High Five finale. Race 12 is coming up in about 4 minutes. Starter now calls for the field for race 12 to line up behind the gate as the fog rolls back in here at Mohawk Park. Group of 8 now after a couple of scratches on the outside. 2-1 on 7 Soaring Now, drops down, was second at this level about a month ago. 5-2 on Arbitrage Hanover in the center. 3-1 on Rail Starter Blue Hunt. Jackpot High Five, new money, continues to climb more than $14,000 to go along with the carryover of nearly $45,000. Good luck here in the finale. It's post time. They're now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field picks up speed. There they go. They're off and pacing. And off of the wings of the gate, JMR Speakaway with early hustle. Behind him is Jack Panic. Now from the outside, soaring now in Uncle Shank. Pushing on along with Arbitrage Hanover. And they'll continue to battle into this opening turn and beyond. JMR Speakaway on the pylons. Arbitrage Hanover parked out and driving. 3 wide for Soaring Now. Then Jack Panic, Uncle Shank looking for a seat. Blue Hunt has got a couple beat early, Lamborghini Lou. And codename Cigar Box is trailing 26-2 opening quarter. And now settled up front as Soaring Now takes over from Arbitrage Hanover. But he parks to nearly 3/8 to get there. JMR Speakaway third. Jack Panic's the fourth one. Uncle Shank fifth. Blue Hunt 6th, 7th, Lamborghini Lou trailing 8th. It's codename Cigar Box. So single file is this group of 8 in the finale. Now with a half in the books. It's Soaring Now to get them there in 56 flat. Arbitrage Hanover, the 3-2 race favorite, riding the pocket. JMR Speakaway next. On the move out of fourth, Jack Panic. First up, second over, cover, worked out by Uncle Shank, following him outside. Blue Hunt and Lamborghini Lou and codename Cigar Box. 3/8 to go, Soaring Now the leader. By about a length and a half on Arbitrage Hanover. Outside of that one now is Jack Panic. To the inside, JMR Speakaway. Second over, Uncle Shank, 125 to 3/4. And they come off of this foggy final turn. And Soaring Now with the lead of a length. And behind him, Arbitrage Hanover. You'll try the inside. If there's room there for him, it is. Can he make up the ground? Soaring Now called on for everything he's got by Waugh. Davis is trying to counter with Arbitrage Hanover up the inside, continuing to close. It's down to this pair. Soaring Now will get it. Soaring Now over Arbitrage Hanover. Then Blue Hunt and JMR Speakaway, 151-4. Unofficial 7-5, 1-3-2. Twelfth race winner, number 7, Soaring Now. Coming back in front of us now is the 7-year-old bay horse by J.K. Andavanera from the Mach 3 Dam Sunflower. Howmack Farms Limited, Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated are the owners. Vic Putty trains, Louis Bois with his second of the night. Soaring Now, 4 for 17 this year, 29th career score, 151-4. At 5-2, Soaring Now takes the Saturday night finale. Race 12 payouts, 7 Soaring Now, 780, 410, 270. Second 5 Arbitrage Hanover, 270, 210. Third number 1 Blue Hunt, 240. $2 exact at $26.80. $1 try 36.10. The $1 super 166.70. Jackpot high five for $1, 366.80. Carry over to Sunday, 51,227.54. 27.60 on the $2 late double. Dollar multis, the pick 324.05, pick 4 60.05, and the pick 5 248.75. Saturday harness action at Mohawk Park in the books. Might have been crummy weather, but great action. Appreciate everybody either joining us on track or tuning in. Racing returns tomorrow night, and more Ontario Sire Stakes Gold to headline the program. A pair of divisions for the 3-year-old trotting fillies, one lone division for the 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings as part of a great 10-race program on the end of the weekend. 6:30 first post, 5:45 catch the pregame show with the Hall of Famer Randy Waples. Hopefully we'll see you then. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Good night. Field picks up speed. There they go. They're off and pacing. And off of the wings of the gate, JMR Speakaway with early hustle. Behind him is Jack Panic. Now from the outside, Soaring Now and Uncle Shank. Pushing on along with Arbitrage Hanover. And they'll continue to battle into this opening turn and beyond. JMR Speakaway on the pylons. Arbitrage Hanover parked out and driving 3 wide for Soaring Now. Then Jack Panic, Uncle Shank looking for a seat. Blue Hunt has got a couple beat early, Lamborghini Lou, and codename Cigar Box is trailing 26-2 opening quarter, and now settled up front as Soaring Now takes over from Arbitrage Hanover, but he parks to nearly 3/8 to get there. JMR Speakaway third, Jack Panic's the fourth one. Uncle Shank fifth. Blue Hunt sixth. Seventh, Lamborghini Lou trailing 8th. It's codename Cigar Box. So single file is this group of 8 in the finale, now with a half in the books. It's Soaring Now to get them there in 56 flat. Arbitrage Hanover, the 3-2 race favorite, riding the pocket. JMR Speakaway next. On the move out of 4th, Jack Panic. First up, second over, cover, worked out by Uncle Shank, following him outside. Blue Hunt, then Lamborghini Lou and codename Cigar Box. 3/8 to go, Soaring Now the leader by about a length and a half on Arbitrage Hanover. Outside of that one now is Jack Panic. To the inside, JMR Speakaway. Second over, Uncle Shank, 125 to 3/4. And they come off of this foggy final turn. And Soaring Now with the lead of a length. And behind him, Arbitrage Hanover. You'll try the inside. If there's room there for him, it is. Can he make up the ground? Soaring Now called on for everything he's got by Waugh. Davis is trying to counter with Arbitrage Hanover up the inside, continuing to close. It's down to this pair. Soaring Now will get it. Soaring Now over Arbitrage Hanover. Then Blue Hunt to JMR Speakaway, 151-4.